you so much for joining us on Parliament Television today, the 28th day in the month of September 2022. To be live commentaries, my name is N.A.B.
Good afternoon, my name is Pauline Monga. Of course, we are joined by our sign language interpreters, Chola Kaoma and Jason Manda.
Let's quickly look at business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, which was a Tuesday, and after that, we'll be able to share with you business that is expected to be considered on the floor of the House. Madam Speaker did make two rulings, Pauline.
Actually, there were announcements in which there were two announcements and one ruling. And the first ruling was that the Honorable Speaker informed the House that the National Assembly of Zambia had established a Zambia Youth Parliamentary Caucus, the ZYPC, a voluntary group consisting of youthful members of Parliament passionate about the youth and youth interests in Parliament. She further informed the House that the caucus would be launched in the amphitheatre on Wednesday, 28th September 2022 at Parliament buildings starting at 09:30 hours, and encouraged all members of Parliament to attend the event, and that attendance to this event was going to be on voluntary basis.
The second ruling was by Madam Speaker acquainting the House with the presence in the Speaker's gallery of Honorable Neema Lugarira, Member of Parliament from the Parliament of Tanzania and Chairperson of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, did receive and warmly welcomed these distinguished guests.
And the ruling Madam Speaker made was that she reminded the House that on Wednesday, 14th September 2022, when the House was considering question for oral answer number 8 on the order paper, and Mr. Pim Tolo, Minister of Agriculture, was on the floor, Mr. S. Kampyongo, Member of Parliament for Shiwangandu, raised a point of order as to whether the Honorable Minister of Agriculture was in order to mislead the House and the nation by stating that that was the first time the government was purchasing fertilizer, when the Honorable Minister was on record of informing the House that government had previously single-sourced a company to supply fertilizer to Southern Province and other regions.
Madam Speaker further reminded the House that in her immediate response, she informed Mr. S. Kampyong MP that it was difficult for her to recall the alleged statement, and asked Mr. Kampyong MP if he had any evidence to lay on the table of the House to support his assertion, to which he responded that he would provide the necessary information. Madam Speaker informed the House that despite his undertaking to provide evidence, Mr. S. Kampyong MP had not done so, and therefore Madam Speaker ruled the point of order inadmissible. Madam Speaker guided the House that a member who wished to raise a point of order based on documentary evidence should lay the document on the table of the House. Soon after raising the point of order, she stated that she would henceforth not entertain any point of order which was based on a document if that document was not laid on the table of the House.
After that ruling, the House considered question for oral answer number 43, understanding order 74. And there was resumption of debate on the President's address, and that the thanks of the Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the President's address. And of course, we recall that this motion was moved by Kawe Central Member of Parliament, Chrysosta Halwindi. It was the motion was debated, and there being no further business, debate on the motion stood adjourned, of course, to be expected to continue today. And after being no further business, the House adjourned accordingly at 17:20 hours.
So basically that's the business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday. Let's shift our attention now and look at what is expected to be considered on the floor of the House today, which is Wednesday, 28th September 2022. We do have one question for oral answer, understanding order 74, and this question will come from Mr. Katakwe, who is always a member of Parliament, and this question is directed to the Minister of Health. The detail of the questions, Pauline.
Yes, this question is coming from Solwezi East, Member of Parliament, Mr. Alex Katako, and if he wants to find out from the Minister of Health whether the Zambia flying service is still operational, and he also wants to find out what challenges hinder its effectiveness of the delivery of service. And the C part of the question, he wants to know what measures the government is taking to make the service effective, and also when the measures will be implemented. So that's the only question that is on today's order paper.
We do have one motion, and this motion will come from Kamfinsa Member of Parliament, and this is Mr. Christopher Kangombe, and extend loan scheme to students at private universities, urging the House that in order to increase access to higher education, this House urges the government to extend the loan scheme to students at private university.
After the private member's motion, the House will continue to debate the President's address. And like Madam Speaker mentioned last week, the debate now is on all the members, rather ministers, actually, the executive, to contribute to the presidential address. So that is what is expected to be considered on the floor of the House today. The ministers the ministers actually continue debating the presidential address.
And we've seen quite a number of cabinet ministers debating the motion of 9th of September 2029. And this is the motion, if you remember, the Republican president was here on the 9th of September and delivered the address to the nation and to Parliament. And we've seen quite a number of members of Parliament, both the executive and the backbenchers debating. And today we'll see executive continue debating. As you can see on your screens, that's the Honorable Madam Speakers making the way to the chamber. Keep watching Parliament Television.
Members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Dancing of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for our right. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those good men. Let us, all our people, join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Matters of urgent public importance, the Honorable Member from Pika.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity to raise a matter of urgent public importance pursuant to Standing Order number 134. My matter of urgent public importance is directed at the Minister of Infrastructure, or indeed the leader of government business in the House. Madam Speaker, Great North Road is a very important economic road of our country, connecting our country to Tanzania and Dar es Salaam seaport in particular. Also connecting our country to Burundi via Mpulungu Harbor. Madam Speaker, Great North Road currently is in a very bad state. And as we approach the onset of the rainy season, the road is on the verge of being cut from the rest of the country. Madam Speaker, Great North Road has two toll gates, George Kunda toll gate and the Chilonga toll gate in Mpika. And under the Road Toll Act number 14 of 2011, Article number 11, it states that, and I quote, the toll fee or charge imposed for the use of the road and collected by the agents shall form part of the road fund and shall be exclusively for the construction, maintenance, and rehabilitation of the roads. Madam Speaker, against this background, Great North Road remains in a very bad state, despite the fact that it has a huge traffic flow, thereby raking in a lot of revenues through tolls to the National Road Fund Agency. Madam Speaker, there have been a number of accidents on the road, and most recently, 2 tanker trucks carrying petroleum products were involved in a road traffic accident, thereby destroying goods worth millions of kwacha. Madam Speaker, I seek your indulgence on this very important matter where lives and properties are being lost every day through road accidents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chienge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the voice of Chienge to rise on this very important matters of agents of public importance. Madam Speaker, this is towards the Minister of Education, Minister of Education. Madam Speaker, the Teaching Commission and the Ministry of Education, by design, they decided to recruit 30,000 teachers in our country, and to which the people who are living with disability have been left out. And Madam Speaker, the number 4 of the 22 teacher recruitment program states that 10% of available vacancies shall be reserved for the persons with disability. When we look at the statistics, Madam Speaker, most of these people living with disabilities have been disadvantaged. They've not been recruited. And the TSC was heard on the television saying that they had employed people with living with a disability. Our country is a country where there is no discrimination, Madam Speaker. I rise on this very important matters of agents of importance for public because our people, they have been left out and they are also in dire need of these jobs in order to live. I would like to seek your indulgence on this very important issue which has affected many families. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I will now respond to the two matters of urgent public importance that have been raised. I'll start with the first one raised by the Honorable Member from Pika in relation to the state of the road, the Great North Road, directed to the Leader of Government Business. Honorable Member from Pika, we appreciate and understand that this road has been in a deplorable condition for quite a long time. So I'm of the view that this is not a recent occurrence because this road has been bad for quite some time. And it does not require an immediate action or attention by this House. Of course, the government needs to take measures about repairing roads. And it's not only the road going to Nakonde or the Great North Road. A number of roads, including the Great East Road, they are all in a bad state of repair. And the government is saying they are working on it, they are looking for money. So even if I directed the Leader of Government Business to come and deliver a ministerial statement, the matter will not change like there and then. So this is a matter that is ongoing. What I will ask the Honorable Member and other Honorable Members is to continue engaging with the Honorable Ministers to ensure that the state of our roads are looked at. So in terms of admissibility of this point, a matter of urgent public importance, it's not admitted. Then the one raised by the Honorable Member for Chiengi relating to the employment of disabled people. Again, Honorable Member, whereas this matter is important, we need to employ disabled. We have to give actually an opportunity to all Zambians to be employed, including the disabled people. So in terms of the criteria for raising this issue as a matter of urgent public importance, unfortunately, this matter does not meet the criteria. No catastrophe is going to occur if this House did not attend to the matter immediately. Again, this is an ongoing process whereby we need to continue engaging. I think the role of members of parliament is to engage and demand from the executive that certain things are done. Of course, as we are doing this, we are not supposed to micromanage them. We know that the role of parliament is to provide oversight, not to supervise the executive. When the executive fails to deliver on its promises or what it's supposed to do, then we provide the necessary oversight by demanding from the executive to do what they are required to do, but definitely not to micromanage them. That is my response to the 2 points of matters of urgent public importance. We can proceed and make progress. Question for oral answer, understanding order 74. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving this opportunity to the people of Solwezi East constituency to ask a question. That is question number 44.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the question asked by Mr. Katakwe is asking the Minister of Health, A, whether the flying doctor service is still operational, B. If it is, what challenges hinder its effective delivery of service? C. What measures the government is taking to make the wing effective? And D. When the measures will be implemented? Our response is as follows, Madam Speaker. To A, Madam Speaker, the Zambia Flying Doctor Service has been operational since its establishment through an Act of Parliament in 1967. Madam Speaker, the Zambia Flying Doctor Service was created under an Act of Parliament, Chapter 298 of the Laws of Zambia, to provide health services in remote and hard-to-reach areas in the country. However, over the years, the service has not received any substantial capital inflows from the government, resulting in deterioration of its fleet of aeroplanes and the facilities to the level of obsoleteness. Some of the specific challenges include, but not limited to, the following. The Zambia Flying Doctor Service was for many years operating without a board since June 2016, and this in itself had a negative effect as some policy decisions could not be implemented in the absence of the board. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the Zambia Flying Doctor Service has limited number and types of aircrafts. Currently, it has 2 fixed-wing aircraft and only one is operational. The other one has been grounded since 2017, pending engine and propeller overhaul. Thirdly, the Zambia Flying Doctor Service has no pressurized aircraft and no helicopter, which are very convenient in emergencies and hard-to-reach areas. Fourthly, the Zambia Flying Doctor Service aircraft currently do not have advanced life support equipment, making it challenging to carry out some emergency medical evacuations for critically ill patients. 5. The Zambia Flying Doctor Service has only 12 airstrips around the country. There are a number of areas in Zambia which are still hard to reach and yet have no airstrips and require aeromedical services from Zambia Flying Doctor Service. In addition, Madam Speaker, the 12 airstrips need to be upgraded to all-weather aviation infrastructure for aeromedical service delivery. And over the years, Zambia Flying Doctor Service has been facing challenges in liquidating debt, which currently stand at 13,508,674 kwacha. To question C, Madam Speaker, in order to make the Zambia Flying Doctor Service effective, government, under the New Dawn government, has been taking the following measures. Firstly, a board has since been appointed. Secondly, there has been some effort to liquidate outstanding debts regarding employee issues, which has since been done. And now what is remaining is the 13,508,000 kwacha, which is remaining. This is money owed to, these are statutory obligation. Part of this money is owed to ZRA and the other one to NAPSA. Although the principal for both institutions have been paid, except for interest that has been accrued on compounded interest and penalties. Yes, thank you. Thirdly, the Zambia Flying Doctor Service is trying to overhaul the engine and the propeller for the grounded aircraft. The House may wish to note that grounding an aircraft for prolonged periods of time results in other component deterioration and subsequently increased cost in bringing the aircraft back online. Therefore, the required amount for the overhaul of the aircraft engine and propeller is estimated at $390,000 and $50,000 respectively. Fourthly, the following measures one of the measures is to procure an advanced or the advanced life support equipment for the aircraft. The estimated cost for the procurement of the base and stretcher systems as well as other components of the advanced life support equipment is estimated at $413,000 per aircraft. 5, increase the number of airstrips from 12 airstrips so that a number of areas in Zambia which are still hard to reach and have no airstrips and require aeromedical services from Zambia Flying Doctor Service could benefit from the services. 6, construction of the Zambia Flying Doctor Services offices and hangar at Simon Mwanza International Airport. 7, modernization of the Zambia Flying Doctor Service through procurement of additional and different types of aeroplanes or choppers that are able to be quickly converted between passenger, flight, cargo, and medical configuration, allowing for operational flexibility during disaster relief missions, and most importantly, to carry out some emergency medical evacuations for critically ill patients. To question D, Madam Speaker, the short and long-term measures that government intends to implement for the Zambia Flying Doctor Service to be effective will be undertaken within the 2022-2024 medium-term expenditure framework and beyond. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are free to ask supplementary questions. Honorable member for Solwezi East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a matter of life and death. In the medical fraternity, Madam Speaker, there is an acronym we say the golden hour, which is an hour within which life has to be saved, beyond which you lose life. There are many accidents that are happening, and if you look at the act that put this flying doctor service in action, the minister have said it took place in 1967, and with me, I have the act. It was last repealed in 1975, when I was just 1 year old. And this is the act which we are still using. Minister, does the government have any intention to repeal this act as one of the measures so as to effectively, enhance the flying doctor services for this country? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for that important question. Indeed, the act that established the Zambia Flying Doctor Service is archaic and requires to be repealed. And yes, the new Dawn government will next year deal with this issue of the act. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mufumbwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and would like to thank the Minister for that good answer. Honorable Minister, there are two challenges that affected Zambia Flying Doctor Services. One is the number of aircraft, and then the second one actually is the board, which was not in place. And according to the statement that you have given, the answer is that we have one more aircraft which is operational. Mufumbwe, we have two airdromes, one in Kalengwa and the other one in Kabanda. Now, I'd like to find out which areas are now being serviced by the only aircraft which is there. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. As to which areas are being serviced, I want to say that currently, I would not say this year, for example, that there is an area that has really been serviced. I think what the institution has tried to do in the last 6 months after putting the board in place was to look at issues of personnel, because you can imagine this is an institution that was literally abandoned by the previous regime. And now we're trying to resuscitate it. And the first thing we tried to do was to put in place a board and then get the board to look at issues of management, which they're finished, look at issues of auditing, which they're finished, look at ensuring that workers are paid what is due to them, and begin to kind of make the institution give a service. And so far, they have been able to help in terms of health delivery in various places, except I would not have the answer exactly where they are, but I know that even within the Copperbelt province, they are helping in service delivery in as far as preventive and curative services are concerned. What they want to do now is they want to look at some of the clinics which they were running in the remotest part of Zambia, which were maybe 5 years ago taken over by the Ministry of Health and given to the district health team to run, which have been informed that they have gone round and they've discovered that some of those clinics were literally abandoned after being taken over by headquarters Ministry of Health. So one of the things we're doing is we've asked them to resuscitate some of those clinics that are closed. And we are hoping that before the end of this year, we will be able to open some of the clinics in the remotest part of Zambia. We've also, as a ministry, given them some of the mobile hospitals that were abandoned, either because they were not functioning. Those have been handed over to them. They have since made them become functional. And I'm aware that on the Copper Belt, they've started using them in terms of helping in the business of healing people, screening people for various diseases. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just as a matter of clarity, I would want the Minister to clarify whether the Act will be repealed or the Act will be amended. But coming to my question, Madam Speaker, the Act Cap 298 says, and I quote under Section 3 says, there shall be a service known as a flying doctor service, the objects of which shall be to combat disease among and to promote the health and material well-being of the inhabitants of the rural areas of Zambia. In terms of the cost-benefit analysis, Honorable Minister, is it sustainable for us to maintain the Zambia Flying Doctor Service, or would it be ideal that we move in the direction of bringing facilities closer to the people, such as mini hospitals? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much. The first part of the question was the question whether we are repealing, whether we are amending. And when you look at that piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, clearly you cannot even talk about amending. It requires a complete repeal and a new one put in place. But whilst we are at that matter, it is to find out whether the function, for the reasons why it was in the first place put in place, are still valid today or not. And obviously the answer would be yes, because Zambia is such a large country and we have many people living in some very remote rural areas where there is no health service. And so one of their core business was to ensure that where Ministry of Health has not put a facility in the rural parts of Zambia, it was important for Flying Doctor Service to take specialized treatment right at the doorstep of those sick persons, or even just in terms of, like now we're talking about COVID vaccination. You will find that there are people that have never even heard about this issue of COVID. So what we'll do is Zambia Flying Doctors will put a team of doctors and fly them into a particular community and do some health promotions and education, and maybe also conduct some screening and also conduct some treatment if they found somebody sick. And when you ask yourself the question, you will see that in many or in some parts of Zambia, this service will still be required. But obviously, this is a specialized service that is not cheap, but it's necessary. And I think that it's a pity that over the past years, the government then did not see the need to serve the people in the rural areas. And when you talk of cost analysis, it is cheaper to have um, the flying doctor services in place, looking at how Zambians are scattered, especially when you look at rural areas. You cannot manage to put a hospital next to every small population of people. So sometimes some areas just have to be serviced by mobile hospitals. And so the flying doctor service is another form of, a mobile hospital. And you know, there are others that live in swamps, you know, in watery places. You can't even think of putting a permanent infrastructure. Again, in such areas, flying doctor service either by mobile boats or mobile road would be important. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chienge.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me just to say thank you also to the Minister, the answers that she's giving. Madam Speaker, Zambia Flying Doctor Service is very, very important. A country like ours is supposed to have. Listening to the reasons that, the Minister has given, Madam Speaker, I would like to find out if the Zambia Flying Doctor Service cannot be combined with the Air Force. We have some planes there, the choppers at ZAF. Since they're all government institutions, we only see the choppers from ZAF when there's a disaster. Can't we have, at the moment while the government is waiting for funds to buy some planes for Zambia Flying Doctor Service, can't we have the Air Force, Zambia Air Force, to work at the moment with the flying service, the flying doctor service, because they are all after medical personnel, and we have some also at Zambia Air Force. I would like to find out why the ministry cannot just have the services also from ZAF. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for an important question. Except to say that what she has said is currently what does happen. You find that many times when there is either medical disaster or whatever disaster, the Zambia Flying Doctor Service does work with Ministry of Defense, the Air Force Division, who also have planes, and they do actually help. We are one government, and in that regard. But you must also know that that is specifically for the military, and they also have their own functions. And us as Minister of Health, our job is to ensure that every Zambian, nobody is left behind, and we must ensure that the service of health is taken to them. So when we talk about leaving no one behind, and we talk about medical service as close to somebody as possible, it means that you have to make it available by whatever means, be it medical boat or plane, or is it a fixed structure, or is it these mobile hospitals that we also use. So the short answer is that she's correct, and that does happen, but we still need to build our own fleet of planes, which can also be used under Ministry of Health in support of delivering medical drugs and supplies in remote areas where it's difficult maybe for ZAMSA to reach. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask a question. Now, Honorable Minister, that you have highlighted the issue, the challenges that the institution has been facing, the issue of the board not being in place, the issue of also the human resource, and also the issue of the audit that was done and it has been completed. I just wanted to find out, through you, Honorable Minister, when was the last time government actually funded this institution? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you for the question. The institution has been funded. Even the previous defunct PF did fund it, except the funding was not sufficient. And what we have done under the new Dawn government is we doubled the budget from the 2021 budget 2022, we doubled it so that they were able to deal with a number of the challenges which had been there for decades. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I wish to thank you, except where you said defunct PF, because it is not defunct as far as I understand. Honorable Minister, just by way of following up the question from my honorable colleague from Kanchvia, I can see the minister is chatting, so I don't know if he... Oh, okay. Honorable Minister, following up the question that was asked by my honorable colleague from Kanchvia, where you are certain that you are going to repeal this act, have you already obtained cabinet approval in principle to traverse the repeal as opposed to amendment?
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. When I say that it is going to be repealed, and I said next year, it is to exactly take the necessary procedural steps towards repealing, and that would also include consultation of stakeholders and everybody else. So that is what it means. And sorry, I was talking, Madam Speaker, I was trying to get the meaning of the word defunct. I sometimes English use a word which may be wrong. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, have alluded for quite a number of things that have actually negatively impacted the Zambia Flying Doctor Service. Honorable Minister, among all the things that you have mentioned, could you be in a position to state as to what the levels of human resource is at Zambia Flying Doctor Service, meaning the doctors, nurses, and all these medical support personnel, who we believe are currently drawing a salary when we don't have the equipment to help them execute these important services? Don't you think it's another drain for the institution? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question, a very good question indeed. Madam Speaker, I did say that at the time when we took office, I did say that this institution was as good as dead. And we have actually, as government, tried to resuscitate it. And the first point was to ensure that we look at the budget, because we realized that they were not getting sufficient resources to do anything. And so this is how the budget was doubled. Obviously, even if the budget was doubled, I would still say that it is not sufficient, especially when you look at issues of equipment. But we'll get there. We already have a plan, and hopefully with time, we shall be able to get at least some new plans, hopefully next year, using other sources. But the question of human resource, if you look at the institution, they have now come up with a new structure to try and improve operations. And I must say that Flying Doctor Service also does have some clinics that are currently running. And they are giving a service to the communities in which they live in. and where they are found. I did also say to you that initially they also had some clinics in very remote areas where central government was not there. But 4 years ago, the government did take all those, I'm told 40, I think there were 40, yeah, 40 health facilities countrywide. Now, we have done an analysis of all these, and we have found that, in fact, some of those were closed, and we want to open them. So you will find that in the manner in which they've restructured themselves, the board has come up with a plan of action for 2022, and I think for also 2023, 2024. And in their plans, everything they're doing is that they are trying to ensure that they relook beyond their function in terms of how can they help us in delivery of health service. I think what is important is, are they helping, or are they just there to get salaries? The answer to that question, Madam Speaker, is that you'll be very impressed that they are doing a very good job, especially when it comes to helping us as government in preventive and also even curative. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Zambezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Listening to the Honorable Minister of Health explaining the challenges that the Zambia Flying Doctor Service is facing, I realized that this was actually a statutory institution that was put in place to mitigate the impact of the rural places. I was thinking about a place called Luamfula in Solwezi West, Solwezi East, Luamfula. There's a clinic there. To access it, Madam Speaker, one has to pass through Chidilabombo.
Order. There is a point of order. Honorable Member for Lunte, what is the point of order?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My point of order is based on Standing Order number 65, Madam Speaker, which requires that a member tendering discourse must release data which is verifiable. Madam Speaker, and it is directed at the Honorable Minister of Health. Madam Speaker, my honorable colleague from Kanchiwea asked the minister a very straightforward question, where he wanted to know whether government is going to repeal the act or it is going to amend the act. The minister was very clear. She indicated that there is nothing to repeal about this act. Or there is nothing to amend about this act. This act will be repealed. Madam Speaker, I followed up a question to get from the Honorable Minister whether she has already obtained principal approval from Cabinet for her to be certain that this act is going to be repealed as opposed to being amended. Madam Speaker, the Minister has just said to me and to the House that she is yet to make consultations. Now, how has she determined the outcome of consultation for her to be so clear that this bill is going to be repealed? She doesn't have principal cabinet approval. She has not started consulting. Consultations will be done next year, but yet she's already predetermined that it's going to be repealed. Is she in order, Madam Speaker, to mislead the House by stating a position which has not yet been undertaken? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
My understanding is that when an act is going to be repealed, the relevant ministry makes a decision that we are going to repeal and amend. Then there are processes that have to follow in terms of asking for approvals and all those things. So my understanding from the answer that the minister gave was that there was an intention to have this act repealed and replaced. But in the meantime, there are processes that have to be done in terms of applying for approval, seeking approval from cabinet. So I don't know whether the honorable member wants to, but because it's a process. So I believe the honorable minister was in order to give that answer, that there is a process that will follow. But I didn't hear her say that she has already obtained cabinet approval, which you wanted to hear yourself. But she said that there is a process which has to be done, but the ministry itself has made a decision to repeal and replace. So can we make progress? The honorable member for Solwezi East was asking a question. Zambezi East. Can we be precise to the point, because we want to make progress to go to another item?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I was disturbed by those political semantics, what I meant to say was
Order, honorable member. I think let's not attract acrimony in the house. Just ask your supplementary question.
Most obliged, Madam Speaker. I was just about to mention a place called Luamfula in Solwezi East. To access it, one had to pass through Chililabombwe. And that's the reason why Zambia Flying Doctor was put in place and such places. Now, I wanted to find out from you, Honorable Minister, now that Zambia Flying Doctor is operating at that level, almost really a defunct institution, how is the Ministry of Health coping with the situation of healthcare services, especially primary healthcare services, which Zambia Flying Doctor provided in such areas? And you will recall that actually the outbreak of that measles was around that area. So I would like you to assist us to know how the interventions have been put in place by your ministry to mitigate that situation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for a very good question. I think I also did mention, Madam Speaker, that in the resources that were given to this institution to help it get back to its foot, part of the resources have been used to have the aeroplane that is moving serviced, and because it was serviced quite intensively, it has now started doing some few service delivery in such remote areas. And one of the issues or activities that they are going to be undertaking will be vaccinations, vaccinating young children maybe against measles and all those kind of things. And indeed, that is one of the reasons why to have the flying doctor service revamped is quite a big priority for us as a ministry, because we appreciate, we understand what is at stake. But apart from that, one of the other things that we are doing as a ministry is to push quickly the policy on decentralization regarding universal health coverage. We take note that His Excellency, in his quest to ensure that all areas of Zambia are covered, he did already in the statutory instruments, just when we're being appointed, already has actually moved those functions to the local authorities. I think what we are doing as a ministry is to try and implement that critical, very important decision of His Excellency, which has already been given legal effect. And so one of the things you're going to see us do very quickly, getting into 2023, will be to begin to get the local authorities to perform some of those functions by giving them not just the function, but capacity in terms of human resource, in terms of equipment, and in terms of resources, so that those difficult areas to reach can now be reached by the relevant council. And I think that we are confident that we'll see a general improvement in terms of health service delivery throughout Zambia in an equitable manner. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have spent some time on this question. I know it's interesting, but I'll just allow 2 more questions. But I noticed that the Honorable Member for Solez East has a point of order. What's the point of order? I thought the question was yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order pursuant to our standing orders 204.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last time there was an acrimony caused by Farrer Member of Parliament, and Madam Speaker, you actually called that when he comes back to this house, he has to apologize. Is he in order to sit there and listen vivaciously without rendering an apology to this house? Madam Speaker, I seek your ruling.
I believe the Honorable Member was waiting for an opportune moment for him to do that. So we'll leave it to his best judgment. But he needs to do that at an appropriate time. Let's just close this segment, and then maybe I'll call upon the Honorable Member. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Being one of the beneficiaries of Zambia Flying Doctor then, and now we are not being serviced by Zambia Flying Doctor. And I think the last surviving clinic you had, like in Luano or Luangwa Valley, I think last season, the roof was blown off by the wind. Thank God, DMMU, Madam, you've moved in. We are roofing it this week. I think people on site. Now, Madam Speaker, the question to the Minister. I'm impressed with your answers, the mitigation, what you think to do, what you're planning to do about this organization called Zambia Flying Doctor. But my question is very simple, Madam Speaker, to the Minister, that you've promised us that come next year we will try to source some planes to service, and you know that one Marco Polo bus or 2 Marco Polo buses are more expensive than those planes which were servicing Zambia Flying Doctors. And I believe these planes are not over $500,000. They should be, maybe if I'm not mistaken, between 5 to 1 million, somewhere there. And you know, this country of Spain on properties worth more than that. Are you promising us, or what is your the number? What is the number you are planning to add on to the one which is not operating now, which needs an engine overhaul and the wing overhaul? How many plans? Obviously, for you to give us this beautiful answer, you have the number of the planes you're adding up to the Zambia Flying Doctor. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. Madam Speaker, in fact, you will be pleased to note that the board has actually been doing their own internal saving, using their own plan that they have, because when they are not using it for health service, they do use it as, they hire it out. And I was told that since months now, I think, they've managed to raise quite substantial amounts of monies in dollars. And they think that if they proceed on the same line, they're capable of buying one by the end of this year, a good second hand, which would cost $500,000 plus. A new one, they've already done their checking, and they found that a brand new one would be something like 5 million, 5.2 million. But they also have very good ones for 2 million. But as it is now, they think that it's possible they can get a second flight at $500,000 from South Africa. I must state, Madam Speaker, that the board and management that is in place is very, very innovative.
and I'm sure those from the Copper Belt can take time to visit, and they will come back and confirm what I've said. But also let me ask through Madam Speaker that maybe the members of parliament in their respective constituencies may be able to help us with the information. If there's a clinic that has been closed, it's not functional, those are the ones that the Flying Doctor Service would actually immediately open. I think that capacity currently they have. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question will be from Honorable Member for Chiluvi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I would like to start with declaring that Chiluvi is an interested constituency because it's a beneficiary, just like Nimba did say. We had Mof East 2 and Santa Maria being serviced by such. Let me just take the same opportunity to confirm the minister that such clinics have not been closed, but because it was used to serve a particular circumference of different health centers. Having said that, I would like to ask a question of clarification from the minister, whether going forward, whether the financial resources that will be availed in the budgets to come would also consider, apart from maintenance of those airstrips that are still there, we also consider adding more for hard-to-reach areas. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health, do you have any comment on that?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the voice from Chiluvi. Yes, apparently the board and management are looking at that, and that's why I said all things being equal, next year they may just be able to, but they're looking now at getting a helicopter, not just a plane, because some of those areas the best would be a medical helicopter. Thank you.
Thank you. Notice of motion. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House urges the government to extend the loan scheme to students at private universities in order to increase access to higher education.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Wait. Shimia Iwe.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it is seconded.
Seconded by the Honorable Member for Chama North. The question is that in order to increase access to higher education, this House urges the government to extend the loan scheme to students at private universities. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, let me begin by registering my profound appreciation to you for according me this rare opportunity to move this private member's motion urging government to extend the loan scheme to students in private universities, not only on behalf of the people of Kamfinsa, but on behalf of all the affected students. This motion is premised on the provisions of the Higher Education Loans and Scholarships Act number 31 of 2016. Section 16(1) of the Act states as follows: there is established the Higher Education Loans and Scholarships Fund to provide loans and scholarships to students who require financial assistance or who are recognized for academic excellence. From the above provision, Madam Speaker, it is clear that the loan scheme is not a preserve of students in public universities, but can be accessed by those in private institutions as well. Therefore, the motion is primarily aimed at ensuring that the government implements what is already provided for in the existing laws. Madam Speaker, since 1966, the Zambian government has been investing in higher education in order to promote human capital formation, which is essential for social, economic prosperity of the country. It is therefore worth noting that until 1996, what government provided were higher education bursary grants. Government later on, Madam Speaker, introduced a cost-sharing policy in all public institutions of higher learning, which led to some fees being charged on the students. However, this cost-sharing policy proved to be a hindrance for the majority of school leavers, who were from poor families, resulting in government deciding to continue giving bursaries to some students who were considered to be vulnerable. In 2004, Madam Speaker, the bursary scheme under the old Bursaries Committee was reformed to introduce the Students' Loan Scheme. As such, government started giving out educational loans to some students at the University of Zambia and the Copperbelt University. Following the enactment of the Higher Education Loans and Scholarships Act number 31 of 2016, government fully operationalized the loan scheme, and in 2018 began recovering funds as loan repayment from former beneficiaries of the loan scheme. Since the commencement of recoveries, Madam Speaker, government has so far recovered part of the money which has been pumped back into the loans and scholarship fund. In 2019, a landmark decision was made when the loan scheme was extended to other public universities, such as Kwame Nkrumah, Chalimbana, Mukuba University, Mulungushi University, and Palavana University. Madam Speaker, it is unfortunate that students in private universities have remained disadvantaged to date. In any case, Madam Speaker, not everyone can be admitted to public universities. It is in this regard that I urge government to further extend the scheme to students in private universities. Being a loan scheme and not a bursary entails that regardless of the university to which one is admitted, they should be accorded an opportunity to qualify for this very important facility, as government will later recover the resources at an opt-in time. Madam Speaker, extending loans to students in private universities will be in line with the objectives of the National Higher Education Policy of 2019, which focuses on quality, equity, inclusiveness, and promoting alternative sources of finance for higher education. In addition to the above, this will contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which focuses on quality education. Madam Speaker, to achieve the objectives of this motion, government will be required to increase budgetary allocation to the Higher Education Loans and Scholarship Board by making more resources available to the education sector, as espoused in the Jomtain Declaration of 2011, which calls for 15 to 20% of government expenditure to go towards education. This commitment, Madam Speaker, was also affirmed through the Paris Declaration of 2021. Madam Speaker, allow me to urge government to leverage on the provisions of the Higher Education Loans and Scholarship Act under Section 5J, which mandates the Higher Education Loans and Scholarships Board to promote the mobilization of donations and grants from the public and private sectors for educational purposes and investment for purposes of the fund. Section 33(2)(b, Madam Speaker, also allows the board to raise, by way of loans and otherwise, such monies as it may require for the discharge of its functions, subject to their approval by the Minister of Education. These provisions impliedly allow the board to engage the private sector for purposes of raising additional funds for the loan scheme. Madam Speaker, in line with the Act, the Bankers Association of Zambia, which is a representative institution of all registered commercial banks in Zambia, has representation on the Higher Education Loans and Scholarship Board. To this end, Madam Speaker, the board can lobby for the bank's participation in extending the loan scheme to students in private universities. In South Africa, for example, banks such as Absa, FNB, Standard Bank do provide student loans in partnership with government. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I want to make reference to Section 21(1) of the Higher Education Loans and Scholarships Act, number 31 of 2016, which states, and I quote, "A student is eligible for consideration of a loan if the student A is admitted to or registered as a student at a higher education institution within Zambia for a course of at least 1 year's academic duration." From this provision, Madam Speaker, it is clear that students from both private and public universities are eligible for the educational loan, which is repaid when one begins to work formally in any institution. With these very few remarks, Madam Speaker, I wish to appeal to the committee, I wish to appeal to this August House, Madam Speaker, that the motion is supported in order to increase access to education. I beg to move.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Next year.
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according me this rare opportunity on behalf of the people of Chama North to second this important motion, ably moved by Honorable Christopher Kangombe, Member of Parliament for Kafisa constituency, which urges the government to extend the student loan scheme to private universities. Madam Speaker, allow me from the onset to support this progressive motion. If all honorable members of this August House will support this motion, it will enable students, especially in rural areas, where most of our children are vulnerable, to have equal access to education as those in urban areas. Madam Speaker, I think you remember recently that I moved another progressive motion which urged this House to amend the CDF guidelines, among others, so that CDF money resources for bursaries can also be used to sponsor students who want to pursue tertiary education. Unfortunately, that important motion was shut down, and I hope that members of this August House will support this very, very important motion. Madam Speaker,
Allow me to also state that the genesis of the Higher Education Loan and Scholarship Board traces back from 1997 following Justice Bob Warrior's Commission of Inquiry, which recommended for establishment of this particular facility. Madam Speaker, the Higher Education and Scholarship Board was established in 2004 after effectively repressing the bursaries committee, which was established under the statutory instrument number 182, cap 30 of the laws of Zambia of 1973. Madam Speaker, the student loan scheme should be designed in such a way that every young citizen, irrespective of their social status and whether in public or private university, should access a loan which is recoverable upon graduation when the recipient gets employed. Madam Speaker, education should be viewed as a critical investment in human capital development rather than an expense, as our friends in the Asian Tigers have achieved. That's why today they have attained higher economic growth because they invested heavily in education. Madam Speaker, it is common knowledge that young people are future leaders, and how they are treated now will have a larger bearing on the future of our country. Let us therefore provide them with enough education facilities, including loans, to positively shape our future economy, taking into account that the majority of Zambia's population is composed of young people. Therefore, the demand for tertiary education continues to rise. However, I want to commend the new Dawn government for having created the secondary school bursaries and skills.
Order, Honorable Member for Chairman North. There is an indication, a request for a point of order. Honorable Member for Nalolo, what's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, I think it must be an IT issue. I'm not indicated for a point of order.
Okay, technology. Sorry, Honorable Member for Chairman North. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just saying that I want to commend the new Dawn government for having established the secondary school bursaries and also skills training facility. I think that is going a long way in ensuring that our people access tertiary education. Madam Speaker, education is a right for every individual as episode by the United Nations Declaration.
Order, Honorable Member, I don't want to interrupt. I was thinking that the Honorable Member for Nalolo wanted to raise a point of order. You are reading your script. You can refer to it, but please do not read in accordance with our standing orders. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was saying that education is a human right, and therefore we must do everything possible to ensure that more resources are actually allocated towards this particular facility. Madam Speaker, I also want to urge this government to provide tax incentive to institutions, corporate entities who substantially contribute to the Higher Education Loan and Scholarship Board, because I'm alive to the fact that the government alone cannot manage to fund all the students who deserve to pursue tertiary education because of many competing needs. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity also to emphasize that education must continuously, investment must continuously be renewed so that the majority of our people can continue to access our education. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, allow me to quote the words of a revered statesman, Nelson Mandela, and who once said, and I quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. The power of education extends beyond the development of skills we need for our economic success. Therefore, Madam Speaker, extension of the student loan facility to private university or accord our students, especially those in rural areas, to have access to higher education, and that will sharpen their skills and contribute significantly to Zambia's economic growth. With these few remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Feira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to debate. Madam Speaker, however, let me take this opportunity just to apologize for what happened on Friday. It's regrettable. I'd like to apologize to the House, to yourself as a presiding officer, and indeed to the learned Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Affairs, indeed, and Security. That is sincerely to the extent that I was able to interrupt this debate. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for your continued guidance.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe you can stop the clock just for me to mix. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Feira, for having apologized, and that's how it should be. Of course, as we are debating by way of general guidance, please let's not bring ourselves into the debate. Because once we bring ourselves in the debate again, the person who is going to respond is going to react in the same manner. Both ways is breach of our established practice. So please, as we maintain the decorum and dignity of the House, let's avoid bringing ourselves into debate. And also, in accordance with the Standing Order 204X, which says that we should not interrupt, no matter whether somebody is annoyed or is upset or emotional, we should wait for an appropriate time to raise our objection or to be heard on a matter that we are not happy with. So the apology is accepted. Please, we continue. We are one family. Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I would also want to just express my views and the views of the people of Feira on the issue of extending the loan scheme to students at private universities. Madam Speaker, previously, this country has always considered that public funding should always go to public universities. However, the general practice across the world is the fact that even private universities or private institutions of learning are actually funded with public funds. And in fact, the budget would actually cater for that. Madam Speaker, this I say because to date, there are new universities that have come in, which are private run, and these universities, some of them have even gone to rural areas where they're offering these services. And despite being private, they are able to serve a purpose of a public nature. To that effect, I am of the considered view that this House should approve this motion so that our people in rural areas such as Fera and others, Sinazongwe, Shangombo, and elsewhere, should be able to access private universities as financed by public funds. Madam Speaker, the public universities have since been running out of space. We have seen that there's been problems of accommodation, problems of classroom space, and indeed these private universities have come in to cushion the pressure on the private universities. To that extent, indeed, we are of the view that we need to ensure that government considers and actually be urged to extend funding to private universities. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to cite countries to date that are funding private universities with public funds. In South Africa, Lesotho, Swaziland, and Namibia. These are examples where government sets aside funds in their national budgets to ensure that even payment of lecturers and other emoluments are done by the public funds or by central government to the benefit
of the public. I know that before the Invest Act was actually amended, it was considered that a university must always be run by the government. But today, things have changed. And I think that the motion that has been brought to the floor has come timely. And it's time that we should consider and ensure that we support this motion so that even private universities, which are actually serving a public service, should actually be encouraged. And indeed, it has already been underscored that education is very important, and there's no development we can talk about without education, and in particular, higher education. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for, I'll be alternating just to balance the debate. And by way of notice, I have received a list of debaters from both sides. So the next debater is the Honorable Member for Luena.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given to the people of Luena to contribute and debate this motion. The motion, Madam Speaker, brought by my good friend and honorable member for Kamfisa, and seconded by another good friend and neighbor, honorable member for Chama South. My good friend, honorable member for Kamfisa, seems to be specializing in bringing motions that can only be described as being obnoxious, vexatious.
Order, 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 honorable member. Honorable member for Luena. Please, let's stick to the facts, to the issues. Let's not start giving names to the motions that our honorable members bring to the floor of the House. Just debate factually.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This motion, Madam Speaker, in one word, is otious, meaning that it serves absolutely no purpose. Madam Speaker, the motion is urging the government to extend access to higher education by, according to the mover of the motion, providing loans to students that are pursuing higher education studies in private universities. And the mover of the motion, Madam Speaker, went on to quote the Higher Education Loans and Scholarships Board Act of 2016, and specifically he read section 16, in which he indicated that the law is actually adequately providing for the provision and increased access to financial support in the higher education institutions. So the law is already provided and is already providing for. And as a result, what remains for this government is what it is already doing. This government is already spending huge amounts of money in order to increase access to education, Madam Speaker. And for the information of the mover of the motion, maybe we should look at where we are coming from as a nation. Our base, which this government is working so tirelessly to strengthen, Madam Speaker, is such that starting with secondary school education, if you look at our 8th National Development Plan, you will see statistics that makes very sad reading. And that's one area where this government is spending a lot of money. And for example, I'll highlight only 2 or 3 items. You will note, Madam Speaker, that our net enrollment at secondary school level as at 2020 was 37%. And the transition from grade 9 to grade 10, Madam Speaker, as at 2020 was standing at 47%. And the completion rates, Madam Speaker, at grade 12 stood at a low 32%. Now, for a country that needs to adopt a systematic approach, you cannot spend money without clarity on what you intend to achieve. And what this government is doing, Madam Speaker, as we know by now, that more teachers have been deployed at primary and secondary schools. That is all needing financing. And this government is adopting a systematic approach. If you go into all these institutions of higher learning, Madam Speaker, the public ones, you will discover that they are littered with unfinished projects that need funding in order to increase access to the higher education subsector. All these are the projects that this government is pursuing. Madam Speaker, a quick look at our university situation in this country is that just over 10 years, slightly over 10 years ago, there were only 3 public universities. And today that number stands at 9. And the private universities, Madam Speaker, were again only 3. And today there are 54 universities that are privately managed. And for someone to suggest that the government, without a plan, should simply extend this to students in private institutions in a non-systematic way, Madam Speaker, is being unproductive. Indeed, this government is desirous of making sure that children from all the 4 corners of this country have access to education at all levels, including tertiary education. But that, Madam Speaker, is not going to be done in a haphazard manner. As we speak right now, we are waiting for the Finance Minister to bring the budget to the House on Friday. And it's this House, Madam Speaker, which allocates resources. In fact, what I read in the motion that has been presented before this House, Madam Speaker, is a good proposal which the mover should have taken to the Higher Education Loans and Scholarship Board, not to this House. Because this House has already provided adequate legislative provisions in order to enable that to be satisfied. Madam Speaker, this motion, therefore, in conclusion, is a nugatory and therefore cannot be supported. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like the research department is providing the necessary services. I like the statistics. That is on a lighter note. The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have to state that I'm in support of this very important motion. This motion, Madam Speaker, is simply a rider on what President Hakainde Hichilema promised the youth of this country. That once he is elected, he will ensure they receive free education up to the university. I remember, Madam Speaker, His Excellency promising. My young man is talking while I'm Zoom.
Please, let's allow the order. Let's allow the honorable member to debate without any interjections. You recall there's still homework pending. I wonder how many people have gone through Standing Order 204. Can we go through order Standing Order 204, please? They're full from A to the last. May the honorable member continue.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I was saying this motion is simply speaking to what His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema promised those students when he told them that no sooner he is sworn in than a Gulf Stream will be sold to ensure that students get the much needed finance. Let's appreciate, Madam Speaker, that the previous government had made it possible for many universities to be established. Statistics are there. My good friend, from way back in Livingstone, Honorable Anakoka.
Order. Let's not interrupt the debate. Please, honorable members on my right, if you want to debate, just make a note. Then at an appropriate time, you can rebut. Again, please, Standing Order 20, maybe I should read it, 204. Let me read it for avoidance of doubt. This is 204 2F. A member shall not interrupt another member holding the floor by making noise or other disorderly expression. G, a member shall listen in silence to the debate in the House. H, a member shall not obstruct, interrupt proceedings, or make disruptive running commentaries when another member is speaking. So some students never do homework. Sometimes the teacher will have to help them revise. So I've just done that. May the honorable member continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was saying my good colleague, Honorable Anakoka, has just given statistics. The PF government established so many universities, government universities, upgraded colleges into universities. Not only did it do that, they went further to provide scholarships to these universities. Madam Speaker, looking at our demographics, 80% of this population is a young population. Therefore, the demand for tertiary education is very high. And the private universities come in to complement the government effort in the provision of this tertiary education. Almost all the students who are in the private universities, if a research is to be conducted, they will tell you that they would have loved to be in a public university. It's because our universities cannot, in terms of numbers, in terms of capacity, accommodate all the students, that we find a number of our students going into private universities. It is therefore important that the government should extend this loan scholarship. It's not a bursary, but it is a loan to these private universities, so that our children who are going to these private universities, especially those who are coming from extremely vulnerable families and cannot compete in terms of entry points, Madam Speaker, if you are to be admitted at University of Zambia, in the School of Natural Sciences, you should get 6 points, at times 7 points. Similarly, if you are to be admitted in the School of Law at Copperbelt University, it's so competitive. So this disadvantages pupils who are coming from our rural constituencies, who are at times admitted in these private universities. So it is very important, Madam Speaker, that these pupils are helped. I was shocked to hear one of your members to say this motion is vexatious, frivolous. I think let's not look at national issues through political lenses. This is the motion that has been brought on the floor of this House to ensure that our students who are disadvantaged, coming from poor families, but admitted in private universities, can also have a chance to access tertiary education. Madam Speaker, we know that whoever will oppose this motion is opposing His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema.
Order, order, order. Honorable member, the standing orders are very clear again. Standing order 65. '65, 65(1), no, I use the, okay, 65(2) to C. A member who is debating shall not use the president's name to influence debate. So let's bear that in mind. May the honorable member continue.
Thank you. I like the passion that the president has when it comes to education. I have to mention, because he always refers to himself as a villager who has become who he is because of education. Madam Speaker, I expect...
Order, Honorable Member.
Point
Once
of order,
a ruling
Madam
is
Speaker.
made, please do not open the debate. I've already made the ruling. The standing orders are very clear. You should not bring the name of the president in your debate in order to influence the debate. It's not me, it's the standing orders that are saying that. And this confirms that I'm reading my standing orders. May you proceed?
Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to urge some of my colleagues. When we were at the university, I was a senior student then, and the mover of this motion was a junior student, together with the current Minister for Commerce. When I moved such motions at the university,
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
they used to support, Madam Speaker, in a very eloquent manner. So,
Order. I don't know. If we continue these points of order, then we won't finish this debate.
Misleading the House, Madam Speaker.
Sorry, the Honorable Minister of Commerce.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My senior...
First, Honorable Minister, start with the breach that
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Point, according to Standing Orders number 65, 1B, the honorable member should be factual and provide information that is verifiable to the House. In his earlier statement and continuous abrogation of the standing orders of the House, where he's citing the President, he said, in the value of the President's ambition to see that he provides free education, what is on the table is education alone, which is not free education. How come he's contradicting the House, or he's contradicting himself by misleading the House with a comparison of free education and education which is supported by a loan grant? Madam Speaker, is the honorable member in order to bring two contradicting agendas to the floor of the House? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. As the Honorable Member for Chairman North South debate, please stick to the motion. Don't talk about free education because this is not the subject matter of the motion. May you proceed as guided.
Well guided, Madam Speaker. That was just a preamble. Because it is, Madam Speaker, this free education which has brought higher demand for tertiary education. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I was urging a number of our colleagues that we need to support this motion. This motion, since is concerning loans, it's the money which will be given to our students who are in private universities, who ordinarily, if they are not helped, they will be unable to access tertiary education. And if you look at the recoveries rate, Madam Speaker, I was at Scholarship Board. It's very impressive. Therefore, Madam Speaker, as I said, those who will try to oppose this motion, they will fight the spirit of this country, which states that all Zambians, particularly the youths, should be able to access tertiary education. Most of these pupils, Madam Speaker, who are applying for these scholarships, especially in private universities, are disadvantaged pupils who have been left probably from the public universities. Not only that, we had an issue which Honorable Mtachalo had mentioned, where we requested the Minister of Local Government to put exemptions so that skills development in our areas should be channeled to help such number of pupils. We were shot, that motion was shot down, and the money is sitting because the conditions will not allow for these pupils to access training. I submit and I support the motion, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nkana.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you for giving me an opportunity to add a voice to this motion that is being discussed, namely that we urge government to extend the loan scheme to other or rather private universities. I'll say very few words, Madam Speaker, because I wish to be on record. I'll start by stating that I do support this motion, Madam Speaker, for a very simple reason, and I want to start by stating that it is an undeniable fact that we cannot attain meaningful development if we do not invest significantly in education. That said, Madam Speaker, it is therefore true to suggest that education is a precursor to development. Madam Speaker, education cannot be a preserve of the rich. I want to think that Zambia, being a signatory to the United Nations Convention on Human Rights, Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights dictates to all of us that education is a right for all. And by education, it means one has to start from kindergarten all the way to attaining tertiary education. And I want to believe, Madam Speaker, that it is on this premise that His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema has come up with a law, or has come up or has decided that we must give an opportunity to every child to access free education. Madam Speaker, this discussion is being governed by a piece of legislation that is called the Higher Education Loans and Scholarship Board, or rather Act of 2016, which act, Madam Speaker, among many other things, provides for the establishment of the Higher Education Loans and Scholarship Board. Furthermore, this particular act provides for the establishment of the Higher Education and Loans Fund. This particular act, Madam Speaker, dictates that beneficiaries of loans and scholarships are students who are accepted in either a public university or a private higher learning institution. In fact, it doesn't even specify that it must be a university. Every higher learning institution, for as long as you are accredited as a student, you do qualify to be a beneficiary of the loan. Madam Speaker, the challenge we seem to have in discussing this matter is looking at the issue from a constrained perspective in terms of resources. The people that will argue as to whether this is good timing or wrong timing to implement this suggestion are well placed, except they are myopically looking at it in that, Madam Speaker, the Loans Board has been mandated by this particular act to go and find finances to support this particular establishment. The Loans Board has been mandated to disburse these loans. And again, the Loans Board has been mandated as a way of responsibility to ensure that they recover these loans. We would be right, Madam Speaker, to make a call that the Loans Board, as we have witnessed in other government institutions like the FRA, should not sit and wait for government to finance it. The Loans Board can exist as a business undertaking because it has been empowered to source for funding and recover the funds. Madam Speaker, in other jurisdictions, I'll cite two, Botswana and South Africa, the provisions of loaning facilities to students, the loans boards in those jurisdictions have gone to bed with financial institutions. That is why there is no such hullabaloo around the provision of education to students in those jurisdictions. We will therefore be constrained in our thinking if we limit ourselves to thinking that it is only government that must provide funding to the Loans Board. Because history has already provided that the Loans Board, from the time it was given the mandate to get back the loans, is in the capacity as we speak to grow the fund. By the way, Madam Speaker, when you allow the Loans Board to think outside the box. To quote financial institution, you allow many students to come on board. By way of the repayments they will make, this fund will grow exponentially. That is why, Madam Speaker, I want to be on terra firma to suggest that we must not look at this issue from the perspective of government funding the loans board. The other argument, Madam Speaker, that I expect is the same way the introduction of free education was supposed to simply be a pronouncement. There were arguments, Madam Speaker, that you cannot pronounce free education without establishing adequate facilities. The starting point should be you pronounce the existence of something which will now be supported by the establishment of the needed facilities. In this case, I would like to suggest that we urge government goes to address this matter by extending the learning facility to all the higher learning institutions. Then the financing models will, I think, be adopted. And I want to quote what my other colleagues have already submitted. When there was a proposal moved in this House, because, Madam Speaker, when we say this, unless there is a member of parliament in here who has never been bothered by students who are found lacking in terms of their ability to pay for their education, every one of us has been a victim of such pressures that we encounter at the hands of students who are stranded on account that they cannot afford to pay for higher learning, finances. It is therefore prudent, Madam Speaker, and morally right that we stop reducing debates that come into this House to be a debate between, or rather a fight between those who sit on your right and those who sit on the left. Posterity, Madam Speaker, stands to judge us very harshly that we refuse to give an opportunity to every child. I want to end by again going back to where I started from. We will not attain meaningful development if we do not endeavor to grow human capital. Human capital can only come if we invest significantly in educating our general citizenry. There is no better way, Madam Speaker, to educate and grow or grow our human capital requirement for us to develop our country if we do not cross this line that we are on today by ensuring that we create equal opportunity for every child. By the way, the argument that we already are constrained by failure to provide for those who are in public universities is here nor there. Because even if you go to public universities today, it's optional. There are those who can pay for themselves and those who depend on government. And those who go to private facilities or rather private institutions, it's not on account that they do have resources. It's on account that they do not have opportunities in the public universities. Madam Speaker, I urge these members who are sitting in this House to consider this motion. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Zambezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for according me an opportunity to contribute to the motion that is on the floor of the House, ably moved by the Honorable Member for Kamfinsa and seconded by the Honorable Member for Chama South. Madam Speaker, at the outset, I would like to state...
Seconded by the Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your correction. Indeed, seconded by the Honorable Member for Chama North, Honorable Mutaya Chalo. Madam Speaker, at the outset, I would like to state that I do not support the motion. Not necessarily because I do not support the fact that we should think about our citizens who are in private universities, but the manner in which the motion has been coiled and brought to the House is where I have an argument. My argument will be in my discourse to this debate. Madam Speaker, my debate will actually be anchored around policy issues and the history of where we are coming from, how the Students Scholarships Board was formulated in 2016, and an act of parliament was put in place which act of parliament ably provides for what we are actually advocating for. Why we come to this house is to make laws. We are not here to formulate policies. Policies are a preserve of the executive. Ours is to formulate laws, which laws are already in place. Even the motion that we are debating here is well catered for. Just like the mover himself actually went ahead to explain how that the Act provides for extension to the private universities, except I have one argument about that. It's not instructive. It's not instructive that we must extend to the private universities. Let's be clear on that point. The policy issues come in because of the scarcity of resources. In order to manage a situation under a narrowed fiscal space, the executive makes certain policies and decisions in order to manage within the resources that are available. And history will actually tell us that just before 2016, PF were actually in the driving seat. And this opportunity then also existed. And they were also policymakers. How then should we now today start shouting, lion, lion, when they had the window at that time to actually push in this policy and extend this to the private universities? But the answer is very, very clear. They could not extend it to the private universities because it was difficult due to the physical space. There is always meager resources. So they could not afford such a luxury to extend it to the private universities because of physical space. I'll demonstrate this. In 2021-2022 academic year, Wunza here as one of the beneficiaries of these student loans, there were 10,682 applicants. Among those, 10,485 were eligible for student loans. Now ask me how many were actually awarded the student loans. 2021-2022 academic year. Only 2,481 were awarded student loans. The reason is very simple. Meaning that close to 8,000 students, slightly above 8,000 students, could not be catered. And this is just one private institution. That goes to demonstrate that resources are never enough. The applicants who are eligible just at this public university are not catered for because the physical space can't allow. And this is what my brother, my elder brother, Honorable Douglas Siakarima, is grappling with. We all have at one time or the other pushed to ask him to try and include certain vulnerable children, but we can't because the physical space can't just allow. And that's the reason to why I said my debate will be anchored on policy issues. So what has changed then? At that time in PF, you were unable to actually afford this luxury of extending to the private universities, and you expect us to do abracadabra, meaning perform magic, Madam Speaker, and in one day extend this to private universities. We have to, first things first, Madam Speaker, we have to deal with the wrecked economy, which people seated in this house were responsible of wrecking. And we are on a trajectory of mending this economy, putting in place fiscal discipline, which will eventually afford us this luxury of saying, let's extend to the private sector. I think I've done more of lecturing and actually helping our colleagues here to understand this issue before such a frivolous motion is brought here to make us support things that do not actually apply in the current environment to overshrink physical space. Madam Speaker, I think I still have 1 minute here, but I don't want to go on with rhetorics. I just want to end here. I think I've done enough lecturing for them to understand. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. I'm always happy when one honorable member yields up even 1 minute so that we can have more members. The honorable member for Usakile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according the good people of Usakile to comment on this non-controversial, very progressive, and a political motion, ably moved by the honorable member for Kamfinsa and ably supported by the honorable member for Chama South. Sorry, Madam Speaker, Chama North. Madam Speaker, the honorable member for Luena, I like when he brought those statistics of the 9 universities. A history behind that, Madam Speaker, is that 47 years after independence, we only had the Copperbelt University and the University of Zambia who were benefiting from the bursaries. During the 10 years of the PF in power, they brought on board 7 to make 9. And for that, I want to congratulate the PF. And when the UPND came into power also, or before I go to the UPND, also the PF introduced free education from grade 1 to grade 7. Which takes me to congratulating the UPND also to exhibit the spirit of continuity by also introducing free education from grade 8 to grade 12.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Hey, time.
Order. There is a point of order, but I know what the issue
My
is.
time, Madam Speaker.
Honorable member, can you stop the time? Honorable members, you debate. Can we be relevant to the motion? Let's not talk about free education because that is not on debate. Let's just debate what the motion is all about so that you use your time efficiently. Because if you talk about free education, you are eating in your time. So please debate as guided.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the guidance. Madam Speaker, currently we do have these secondary schools who are frauding thousands numbers of these school leavers into the labor market. And this number is likely to increase exponentially because of our free education, Madam Speaker. And as a developing country, Madam Speaker, we need to adopt a coherent policy on access to quality education in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Madam Speaker, offering free education from up to secondary alone cannot help this country attain or develop the skill set that we need in this knowledge economy, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, all our policies on access to quality education should be all-encompassing from primary, secondary, up to tertiary. And as a developing nation, Madam Speaker, we have no option but to fund education up to the university level. And this can only be done if the government of this republic begin to view education from the human rights perspective. Madam Speaker, access to free education is a good thing in this country. It will take us to the levels where we will compete favorably as a country. Madam Speaker, our policy on access to quality education should be coherent enough and tailored to roll out education as a common good and social good. If education is funded as a common good and a social good, Madam Speaker, there are so many dividends that we can realize as a nation. And among them is to improve the quality of citizen participation in democracy and governance, to improve the inclusion of citizens in the diffusion of ICTs in this digital society, Madam Speaker. The third one is to redress the existing skills match that exists between what the industry needs and the number of graduates coming from our universities. It will also help us make education as an equalizer in life for those children who may want to learn, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this motion to extend the student loan to public universities and all higher learning institutions in this country, Madam Speaker, once realized, it will help us attain a policy coherence that will help us build the skill set and human capital to build a smart Zambia. Madam Speaker, this motion is non-controversial in the sense that the Constitution of this Republic, that is what it demands. The move of this motion is not in contention with the Constitution. It is simply asking the government, the UPND, just to follow what the Constitution says and extend it to all higher learning institutions in Zambia, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is very possible. They can fund this from the Treasury, and the second, it can be done by raising the threshold, the contribution threshold for these student loans. Currently, Madam Speaker, this contribution stands at 0.5 of the payroll. The proposal from the good people of Usakire is that it can be raised to 1%, as the case is with our colleagues in South Africa. Belonging to or accessing higher education from a private institution does not render any young people in this country to not to be a Zambian. They are all Zambians, so this is a very simple question of which I see no problem. Even the government in power, if they were to do this, I think every young person, and according to the promises that they made, it won't be a problem, Madam Speaker. I see no problem. So the people of Usakire 100% support this motion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't want to bring a lot of words to this non-controversial thing. I don't want to destroy it, but I want to end by saying that I have all the confidence that the UPND government will consider this matter. Even if they shoot it from here, I'm appealing to them, say, let them consider this one so that the young people of Usakire and Zambia at large can benefit to the student loan. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
I can see the honorable member for Usakire has also visited the research department. Kudos to our research department. They are doing a commendable job. The honorable member for Bwengwa.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to debate about this controversial motion laid on the floor of this House by the Member of Parliament for Kafinsa. Yeah, Honorable Madam Speaker, yeah, the motion sounds good, quite all right, but it has come at a very wrong time. Yeah, the reason is that we have just inherited the government, the government with empty coffers. And right now, we are still reconstructing the economy, but these people, just yesterday, they were in government, and they failed to come up with this very motion which they are talking about today. This is the very political party, Madam Speaker, which removed meal allowance for university students. These are the very people who never used to give the primary schools grants for them to be managing to operate freely. But the moment the UPND government took over power, right now you can go to any school, any primary school. Money is being given, but themselves, they never gave out that money. Even they went to an extent of charging, even examination fee, they were charging. But right now, we are not doing that. And right now, Madam Speaker, we have just recruited 30,000 teachers. We have just recruited...
Order, there is a point of order. Honorable Member, order. The Honorable Member for Chama South. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, my point of order is in pursuant to our standing orders number 65. Relevance of debate and information provided should be factual and verifiable. Is the Honorable Member for Wengwa, who I've known it to be very explosive, but in a very calm manner, in order, to be giving figures which are not related to the motion. The motion is urging the executive to extend scholarship to private universities. He's talking about secondary school and primary school. When the debate that is on the floor of the House is the private universities. I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. As earlier guided, please, honorable members, as we debate, let's be relevant to the motion on the floor of the House. When we are giving examples, we can just refer quickly to the example, but don't go further and start debating about free education, because that was a point of order that was raised earlier by the Honorable Minister of Commerce. So you are falling in the same trap. Can we stick to the motion?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was trying to explain where the money right now is going. Otherwise, this government, if we were not spending too much money on some of these issues I've mentioned, Madam, we are going to manage the motion which has been moved on this floor of this House. But because of the same expenses and a dismantling of the debt which the PF acquired, Madam, during the time of the rule in the last 10 years, they borrowed a lot of money. And right now, we are busy. And right now, some honorable members of parliament are trying to
Order,
put weights
honorable
in me.
members. Let's allow order.
They are telling me that they did not just borrow, but they looted even.
Let's stick to honorable member. I've guided. Let's stick to the motion. I said I had guided that if you are going to give examples, just briefly touch on those examples, but stick to the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. Yeah, Honorable Madam Speaker, the motion is a very, very good motion, to tell you the truth. It's a very good motion, but very controversial, and it has come at a very wrong time. Give us, we in the UPND, time to reconstruct this economy. Then that motion can come at a later stage, and it will be supported when the economy starts breathing properly. But at the moment, we are not ready, Madam Speaker, to support it because government don't have enough money at the moment. Almost every way which the PF found in 2011, I think they misused it, and it is the reason why we are trying to reconstruct the economy. And we want to urge those private universities that the moment the economy starts performing very well, we will definitely consider this motion, but not today when we are still reconstructing our economy. Madam Speaker, let me thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and permit me to mention that this is one of the best motions that has been brought to this House. When the Honorable Member moved this motion, Madam Speaker, he took me to what Karl Marx said, that religion is an opium of the masses. How I wish Karl Marx had also gone further to say politics is also an opium of the masses. But on this motion, I've decided to rely on the philosopher Aristotle, who said, and I quote, "Education is sweet. It can have a bitter fruit, but it is sweet." Madam Speaker, we've got private universities in this country that have grown from one classroom block to accommodating international or foreign students. They got money from CEC. They're there, outside there. Madam Speaker, the money we're talking about is not coming from the pockets of Lumezi. They're coming from the taxpayers' money. Madam Speaker, earlier when my good friend and colleague, Honorable Minister of Health, was talking about aeroplanes, she said the cost of maintaining these aircraft that do not move is higher. Madam Speaker, we have a Gulf Stream that is packed, incurring costs for doing nothing. Why can't we sell the Gulf Stream and provide money to accommodate the students? Because the Act is very clear. So long you are a Zambian citizen within Zambia, you can go to a private university. All of us in here at least have students in our constituencies that cannot access education facilities at the University of Zambia, NIPA, Evelyn Horn. They can't access their facilities at CBU, not because their academic results are bad, but it's because there is no place for them to be accommodated. You've given us free education. After free education, where will those pupils go? If it's for a girl child, then again you're encouraging early child marriages. Where will they go? This money is not coming from any one of us' pockets in here. This money can be found. If we are failing, then I'll take you to a Tumbuka Proverbs that says, "Uiwaikapo jino, or uiwaikapo dengele, wajimanya jino." If you want to eat popcorns, you should know that your tooth is okay. You took over government knowing very well that there are responsibilities that come with it. And that responsibility is so enormous. And you checked your tooth before eating the popcorns. This motion has been moved by Honorable Engineer Kangombe, who was a student leader at the time, and I was also one of them. We saw how difficult it was to accommodate all those that came from far-flung areas in our respective schools. People come from Mongu, they come to Lusaka only to be told you've not been accepted, and they start going back to Mongu. People come from Lumezi, they bounce. Now they even come to Parliament Gate saying, "No, we're asking for money for refund. We've been rejected." Is this what we want to be doing? What will be the success of the UPND government if you do not support such a progressive and non-controversial motion? If anything, I had hoped, Madam Speaker, that there will be...
Order. As the time is 16:40, I suspend business for 20 minutes for health break.
You are still watching Parliament television, and on the floor of the House was Lumezi Member of Parliament Munie Zulu, who is making his contribution to the private member's motion that has been moved by Mr. Christopher Kangombe, Member of Parliament for Kamfinsa, and this is a motion in which he is urging that
that in order to increase access to higher education, this House urges government to extend the loan scheme to students at private universities. So the motion continues after the break. And just now, we take a short break.
I'm Honorable Dr. Alex Katakwe, Member of Parliament for Solwezi East Constituency. A little bit much about myself is I was born on the 1st of January 1974 in Chirilabombwe, and brought up in Solwezi. After losing my mom, I went to stay with my grandmother in a place called Mushindamo, which is closer to the border with Congo, that is Kipushi border. And I grew up from there, grade 1 to grade 7. Then from there I went to Kasempa Boys Secondary School, where I did my junior secondary, grade 8 and 9. Then I was selected at the provincial level, where I went to Hillcrest National Technical Secondary School that time, and I finished my grade 12 in 1992, 93 precisely. Then in 1994 I went to the University of Zambia. I started my training first of all as a science teacher, specialized in biology, chemistry, physics and mathematics. Then after working a little bit for the Ministry of Education, I had a passion for medicine, so I had to go on unpaid leave from 2005 until 2011, when I did my medicine, specializing in medical parasitology. Then from there I went for my master's in medicine, again specialized in medical parasitology. From there I went to further doing my PhD, which I was supposed to have finished last year in 2021, but it is on course. Hopefully that by end of this year or next year I should be able to finish my PhD in medical parasitology. So briefly, that is about my academic work. Of course, I'm married, and I have 4 children, 1 girl and 3 boys. My constituency, Solwezi East, is basically a rural constituency, because initially it was part of Solwezi. It was just generally called Solwezi constituency. Now, with the subsequent years and the legislation passed in Parliament, the constituency was divided into Solwezi West, which is Kalumbila district, Solwezi Central, and Solwezi East, which is Mushindamo district. As a district, it was declared by the late President Michael Sata, may his soul rest in peace. The district was declared at the same time with Kalumbila district, but Mushindamo district has remained undeveloped, and as a constituency there isn't much to talk about as a constituency. Because right now, if you are talking of the central business area, it's never there. We do not have a central hospital, neither police station. So a lot of amenities are actually lacking. We all have constituency office for National Assembly at a place called St. Dorothy. And for one information, Solwezi East is so vast, such that it borders with Chirilabombwe, Solwezi Central, Kasempa district, and Lufwanyama. And if you are at the central point, going to the furthest point is about 140 kilometers. Then going further south is about 170 kilometers. Then across is about 120 kilometers. So the district is quite vast. However, it is endowed with a lot of we can say minerals, because part of Mushindamo district in my constituency has the best emeralds at a place called the Grizzly Mines or Pride Gem, and where we normally have the best emeralds in the nation and probably in Africa. So it has a mine and of course mining potential which have not been explored. And to the investors under the New Deal government, we actually opened the district so that we can have many people coming to the district to do a lot of exploration. First Quantum Minerals, they are about to establish a mine at a place called Kipushi or Kalindi, which is near the border. So there's a lot of potential. Agriculture-wise, we've got so much potential because rainfall is throughout the year. We have got good soil, good vegetation, rivers are plenty. So as a constituency, it has that potential. And it has a population from the statistics of 2010. It indicates that as a district, it has actually over 170,000 people. So as a constituency, we have the potential, although it remains rural. But thank God for the New Dawn government. We had the subsequent MPs, members of parliament. They did their part, but one notable one who did much of the work was Honorable Antakangwa. He did quite notable, and people still appreciate his leadership. But under my leadership as a constituency and as a district, we expect great development because I was born there. I know exact problems that the people face there. And one notable one is when UPND came into government, and when we had a by-election for our councillor, the president came there, and I caucused with the president the problems of our district and our constituency. And assurances were given. One is that the president has actually assured the people of Solwezi East constituency that the Solwezi or Mushindamo Kipushi Road, which is a very, very economic and important road, is going to be upgraded to bituminous standard because it has remained as a gravel road for a very, very long time since independence. So that road has the potential to actually contribute to the economic development of this country because most of the activities on the Congo side are done in a place called Lubumbashi. And Lubumbashi is just 30 kilometers to our border, Kipushi border, which is in my district. And once that border is opened up as an exit border made into one-stop border post, the road third will actually decongest Kasumbalesa. Most of the trucks will just be going through the Solwezi Kipushi border, Solwezi Road, getting into Solwezi Central through the Kasempa, Kaoma, Mwinilunga. So that is the main priority. And as an MP in that area, I want to see that during my tenure of office, that road is actually actualized and the one-stop border post is actualized so that the area is open up for economic development. Then in terms of health, as I said, there is just one mini hospital that was built under the previous government, and only 18 beds were installed. It's not yet operational. So we are expecting that within the shortest possible time, within this year, the hospital should be officially opened so that it can begin to service the community. Although it is small, but our hope and trust is that we are going to build a district hospital. We do not have mortuary, meaning in the health sector, with all the facilities that go with the hospital, they will be put in place once the CBD is developed. Otherwise, right now, the area has been demarcated where the central business district is going to be sited. Very, very beautiful place. It is more on the central point. So the district is promised under this new Dawn government. We expect Mushindamo district to be fully developed. So we are expecting, of course, to have a fully operational police station, fully operational hospital, and many other clinics, health posts, and so on. Coming to education, we have one of the state-of-the-art girls' technical school, which is called Mushindamo Girls' Technical School. It is quite far from Solwezi Central, about 120 kilometers. It is a very, very good school. You can take your girls there. It is actually one of the best in the province and in the country. It is a very, very good girls' technical school. We expect, of course, to open up more boarding schools and day schools. So basically in the education, under this new Dawn government, we expect education sector to be well developed in Mushindamo or Solwezi East constituency. Agriculture-wise, under our new Dawn government and under the leadership of Dr. Alex Katako as the area member of parliament, I'm expecting to beef up agriculture. We are into agreement with Saro Agro to provide at least 8 tractors, because I've got 8 wards. So we want to have each ward given a tractor in order to enhance agriculture, and then of course bring up agro shops where we are going to have fertilizers in order to grow the agriculture industry. The market is not a problem because our friends on the Congo side, they are already a ready market for us. So all the inputs, agriculture products and so on, we'll be able to take them to the border. Otherwise, that's briefly about the district and what is expected in terms of development. And of course, under the CDF that has been given, we expect women empowerment, we expect youth empowerment, cooperatives, many cooperatives to be formed. So we are going actually to actualize the vision of the UPND or New Dawn government. Of course, when one is a leader of all the people. So all the people of Solwezi East constituency, even those in the different parties, they need to understand that you have your able leader, your area member of parliament, be it PF, be it independent, be it all kinds of party. We need to work together in order to make sure that Mushindamo district is developed, because it can never be developed by other people apart from those who understand the issues and the problems of Mushindamo or Solwezi East constituency.
The Minister of Finance and National Planning, Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwane, MP, will this Friday, 30th September 2022, unveil the 2023 national budget to the National Assembly. Both Parliament Radio and Television will carry live the budget presentation. Make a date with us on our platforms. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
On Know Your Constituency, we profile one of the most prominent constituencies in the country.
The constituency is facing a lot of challenges, but the major ones are, number one, poor road network, communication network, no financial institutions, no colleges, no electricity, and inadequate infrastructure in both education and health.
bayuthi nabonayika mulandu n'obwalwa nabana mayo bonse nabaponenamu nsunko obwalwa shena nashibonawula
ekyo ndeko nkomesha ndeko obuyantanshi kuno kwanga obutinjeko kuno mukushi is a farm block and then mukushi no tulalimako efintu things sana so no misevo poor road networks no challenge tukwete fo tweshingwana na yena.
In Mukushi we watch Parliament TV.
Watch Parliament TV, the TV that brings Parliament closer to our community.
Tebwa twetamba Parliament TV kulya kiretikika.
And shortly business resumes. At the time business was suspended, the House was considering the motion, the private member's motion, which was moved by Mr. Sika Ngombe, who is Kamfinsa Member of Parliament, extend loan scheme to students at private university, that in order to increase access to higher education, this House urges the government to extend the loan scheme to students at private universities, and it was quite a number of members of Parliament, Pauline, did debate this motion.
Yes, at the time the House was going on break, we had Munia Mzulu, Member of Parliament for Lumezi, actually, who was making a contribution to this member that is under discussion. Other members that have added their voice to this motion, Brian Kambita, this is Zambezi East Member of Parliament. We've also had Muvita Nakoka Luena, Member of Parliament, and also Emmanuel Tembo Feira, Member of Parliament. And of course, this motion was seconded by Yotam Taya Chalo, Member of Parliament for Chaman North. So the motion will continue after the House resumes business.
We do have the resumption of thanks His Excellency the President's address, the motion of 13th September 2022. Like we mentioned earlier on, it is cabinet ministers who are debating the President's address. And earlier on, we saw the House considering the only question for oral answer, Understanding Order 74, and this question came from Mr. Katakwe, who is a Solwezi East Member of Parliament. It was directed to the Minister of Health. We'll be able to share with your viewers the details of the response that came from the Minister of Health at the end of today's business.
Yes, so the presidential address motion continues today, and we only have up to tomorrow before it's wound down. So for now, we cross back to the floor of the House for continued live debates. Good afternoon.
When business was suspended, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Kamfinsa that in order to increase access to higher education, this House urges the government to extend the loan scheme to students at private universities. and the Honorable Member for Rumezi was debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this motion is an opium to the masses. This opium that was going to heal the many students that had hope that one day they will be able to sit in a university classroom. Madam Speaker, it is worrying that such an uncontroversial motion, colleagues are using the PF failures as a benchmark, and that's the reason the PF failed. If indeed the UPND want to fail like the PF, let them be opposing any progressive, non-controversial motions, and we shall definitely help them to fail, because it is now their wish to fail. This non-controversial motion, Madam Speaker, is speaking to a lot of students that had hoped to receive some good news on a good Wednesday like today. Madam Speaker, it is now becoming obvious when you see certain members to debate, then you know it is opposition. When you just see Honorable Kambita, you know the motion is opposed. Madam Speaker, it is a fact. If it is not Honorable Jamba, it's Honorable Kambita. Madam Speaker, then we know that they're opposing the motion. Maybe change the tactic so that we help you fail properly. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
I'm going to allow two more. I'll pick on the lady, the Honorable Member for Kafue, and the last one will be the Honorable Member for Nalolo. Thereafter, we are going to invite the ministers. Yes. The Honorable Member for Kafue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity, as well for the people of Kafue to add their voice to this motion, indeed, which I want to believe is non-controversial, but the controversy lying in the motives and the timing when it has been presented. Madam Speaker, it is not, there's no government that would want to deny its people the right to education. Yeah. And in Zambia, from the time of Kaunda, the time of Manawasa, and even now in the New Dawn government, there has been very clear demonstration of how, these governments have wanted to support education. And it is very evident from what the New Dawn government has done that indeed they are committed. And I will not cite the examples because there was guidance already, that what this New Dawn government is doing to the sector is in fact evident and visible for everyone to see. So there's no way that our sides on the left can actually doubt this government's commitment to ensure that education is adequately supported. However, Madam Speaker, what needs to be appreciated is that this government is also, committed to delivering not just education for the sake of it, but quality education that will indeed, mean improved livelihoods for our people and also impact positively on our economy. So we cannot, as a government, afford to take the whole education sector budget, for instance, to supporting tertiary education, because education at its various levels is all very important, and government, therefore, has a responsibility of doing the balancing act to ensure that no sector is starved or over-resourced at the expense of another sector. I like the debate that was offered by the independent member of parliament for, is it Kamfinsa, who emphasized, so much on the need for the private sector actually to come on board and be some of the providers of these loans. That is a very progressive proposal. Indeed, we need so many players to come on board because we know that this responsibility is quite heavy for all of it to be placed on the shoulders of government. I also want to acknowledge the other debate which was said, what this government is doing in many other sectors in trying to rebuild our economy. Indeed, this is what will make the private sector thrive and be able to support education and give those loans and bursaries. I remember during our time in the university, somebody was shouting MoMA here. It was fashionable for the so-called MoMAs that time, to pay attention to boys who were sponsored by ZCCM and the mines that time. All these are players, that could come on board to support education and whom government is working so hard to ensure that they provide an enabling environment so that they can take up those other social responsibilities while it looks at, making all the other sectors vibrant. Because if we did not do that, we will have people coming here to say, let's urge government to give more money for social cash transfer. They will be urging government to bring more money to the health sector. And that is where I talked about the motive of this, the ill motive of this motion, because it is urging, government.
There is a point of order. The honorable member for Chama South, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm at sea. I don't know whether it's Indian Ocean or Atlantic Ocean. I can't follow the speaker. The information, this is standing orders, relevance of speech, Madam Speaker.
Can you cite the breach?
65. Relevance of speech. I'm at sea to understand whether the debater is agreeing or disagreeing. And she's not adding value, Madam Speaker, as to whether you can't stand on a point of order.
Order. Let the honorable member for Chama wind up his point of order.
Madam Speaker, the debater keeps on referring to other speakers without her own bringing her thoughts on the matter. This House will benefit more, Madam Speaker, if she brings her own thoughts, whether she's in support of the extension of this scholarship to private universities or she's in opposition. We want to know the stance of the debater. As it is, Madam Speaker, we are at sea. Is she in order to keep us speculating? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member, for that point of order. I think the way a member is debating or bringing out her or his points is up to her. There is no one who is supposed to guide the member to say, can you please bend or maybe debate this way. It's up to the honorable member to prepare his or her work and present it to the House the way she feels it should be presented. However, relevance is very important. So may the honorable member for Kafue please stick to the motion on the floor. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for guiding the member accordingly, because debate is also about agreeing with what others have said and also disagreeing if you don't agree. Yeah, but if you want my, just to bring up in agreeing with what others have said, I just want to also highlight one aspect, taking advantage of this debate, is that maybe our youth also need some encouragement in terms of changing their mindset as to how they want to contribute, to this economy. I know that for most people from secondary school, it's indeed everyone's dream to go to the university. But university, at the end of the day, is not the answer to everything. There are other people that I can even cite elsewhere that have succeeded without even passed through the corridors of university. And yet we've seen others who have gone through university. And yet, even in this house, you can wonder what could have happened. But the point we are making is that there is need for mindset change and to take advantage of the other efforts that government is providing in skills development, for instance, because that, in fact, most of the countries that have done well economically are those that have built on an artisanal base. So let's not look down on those graduates and students who will go to other colleges, those who want to take advantage indeed of the CDF to acquire the skills so that they can contribute to the economy in different ways, apart from just, seeking to be in the university and to churn out these degrees, the paper degrees sometimes which have shown very little value in some of the graduates that have emerged from our universities. I thought I needed to say that, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I must from the onset say that I unreservedly support this motion. Madam Speaker, first of all, I would like to say that motions that come to this House can be futuristic motions. They are not motions that need implementation of the executive immediately, but they can be futuristic. And from this score, Madam Speaker, we must reach a stage in this House where we do not politicize development. Because when we look at this motion, education has been made free from grade 1 to 12. So that means the uptake level of pupils to university has dramatically increased. That is why we are now trying to put desks in schools. So this dramatic increase in uptake to university level calls for the rethinking process of how we can increase access of higher education. I'll give an example of my own constituency. I have 42 primary schools, 3 secondary schools, and Western Province has 0 university. As I stand here, Madam Speaker, I have over 25 students that I am supporting from Nalolo in various private universities. And I can mention some of those universities. There's Blessings University, Mosa University, Supershine University. Now, Madam Speaker, when you look at this motion, it's non-controversial, and I would like the minister to look at it from finding a way of probably reforming the operations of the Higher Education and Loans Board. This is to integrate private sector intervention. So this Honorable Minister, as you rebut, I feel you must consider it in the sense that it can be driven by the private sector, because we are talking about private universities. But to say it's a useless motion, it's not correct, Madam Speaker, because you see, the minister announced last year 81,838 had made it from grade 12 out of 121,871. And we had figures that out of 10,000 who applied at university, about 2,000 were accepted on this loan scheme. So, Madam Speaker, this motion really can be looked at different angles. The angle I choose to look at it is that it gives the executive an opportunity to look forthwith in the direction of how can we increase access to higher education using private sector intervention. And this is a loan scheme. We need a proper loan scheme that can integrate other students who are not getting the opportunity to get into university. I perfectly understand that the reason why this loan scheme is not catering for other universities is because the recovery rate is low, graduates which government should be recovering are not employed. Not all of them are employed. And I know some who are still unemployed. Therefore, it's a two-edged sword. When we look at government financing, direct government treasury financing towards this loan scheme at university level, it's something that can be looked at. However, I would like to look at it from that we need private sector intervention, because I can guarantee you that the good news that we have free education, which we support that intervention from government, comes with it the consequence of having these people to graduate and go to access higher education. We cannot say we have made free education for people to be artisans and so forth. There are people who should drive the formal sector as well. Therefore, I support this motion and would like to encourage the government to look at it from a position where they can find a way of beginning a discussion with the private sector on reforming the operations of the higher education board. I don't know if I'm the only one who's experiencing an issue where I have a lot of people from the constituency who are finding it difficult to access higher education. So if it is all of us, we must be sincere. The time of PF is gone. It's the United Party for National Development in power. Continuous reference to PF, for me, cannot be a benchmark. Of course, there can be a sporadic reference, but we must move forward and find a way of uniting this country by developing policies that will stand the test of time. Obviously, Madam Speaker, in supporting this motion, I would like to conclude by saying that it is a non-controversial motion. There are many ways of looking at this motion other than thinking of treasury. We understand that this country was grappling with unsustainable debt levels. We understand that. But let us look in a direction of how do we begin the discussion of increased access to higher education. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Yes, thank you. I know there are other honorable members who wanted to debate, but just a reminder that the presidential speech, we are supposed to debate for 10 days, and this is the last day. So in order for us to move forward, so that we close with the presidential speech, I'm going to call upon Honorable Nkombo, and then the Minister of Education, the Minister of Local Government, to come in. He's gone. I'll call upon the Minister of Education to respond.
I wish to thank you, Madam, for giving me this opportunity to raise a few weights. We do not support the motion moved by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kamfinsa constituency, because at the moment, government does not have the fiscal space to implement the proposed motion. However, let me be quick to indicate that government is carefully looking at a number of strategies that will ensure that higher education in this country is transformed and every citizen is given an equal chance to access quality tertiary education. Madam Speaker, before I provide details of my position on the motion moved, allow me firstly to express my profound appreciation of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, for his passion to transform the education sector and for believing that education is the greatest equalizer for all Zambians. These efforts by the New Dawn administration to make this reality has already been demonstrated by introducing free education from early childhood education right through the secondary education. This is a clear testimony that education is at the core of the belief to propel the transformatory agenda of the economy of this country. In the same spirit, I also wish to commend Honorable Dr. Msokotwane, Minister of Finance and National Planning, for his continued guidance and taking on board the wishes of this government to expand access to education in terms of incisive budgeting, not only for the 2022 budget, but also the 2023 budget preparations process, a process that N.A.B demonstrates government's transformation agenda for the education sector in the next 5 years. Indeed, in pursuit of our agenda in the education sector, we have made significant budgetary allocations to the education and skills development sector. That has witnessed many children returning back to school, not only at primary and secondary levels, but also at tertiary level. I wish to reiterate that our transformation agenda in the education sector is aimed at removing the core barriers to access to education at all levels for all Zambians. We are fully aware that high tuition fees at universities are a major barrier to many students who cannot afford to pay university fees, be it at a public or private institutions. It is therefore the desire of the new Dawn administration to continue reforming the higher education loans and scholarship scheme so that students who cannot afford to pay university fees can study regardless of their financial status. In this regard, government through my ministry is currently working on a baseline study that is reviewing the university education subsector with a view to ultimately proposing a reform program. The provision of student loans is also included in this study. Therefore, Madam Speaker, this government does not want to do things in a hurry, in a haphazard manner, but to take time to look at all possible options before arriving at a sustainable mechanism that will work for both the students and the government. I wish to repeat what His Excellency the President stated during his inaugural speech, that it is such supporting during the UNIP era that enabled many of us to be where we are today. We shall always be committed to this ideal. As such, in 2023 proposed budget, subject to approval, provides concrete steps towards attainment of this goal. Government already has provided increased access to tertiary education by more than 18% since 2021, when UPND took up office. You may wish to note that government allocated 940 million kwacha towards the loans in 2021 and 2022 academic year for students in the 7 public universities, plus students studying abroad. This was broken down as follows. While 9,655 students received loans at an estimated cost of 220 million. To 21,305 second to 7th year students received loans at an estimated cost of 720 million. Madam Speaker, in order to implement the proposed motion by the honorable member, government will be required to provide loans to a projected average number of 30,000 first-year students in all 8 public universities. This is before considering any student from the private institutions. The average loan amount that will be awarded per student in all the 8 public universities is at 3,814, which translates to 1 billion kwacha for the total projected first-year students. This figure may increase further as enrollments will go up as prospective students receive news that there will be a loan scheme applicable to all first-year students in public universities. Madam Speaker, from the above trajectory, the total budget required to implement a 100% loan scheme to all first-year students in 8 public universities and 53 private universities, and to administer loans to returning students in public universities in 2nd to 7th years will equal to a colossal sum of money which the government may not afford. For example, government will need to find 2 billion to cater for 53 private universities with over 60,000 students. Madam, the huge budget implication to provide loans and scholarships facility to both the public and private universities is clear that government does not have such fiscal space to implement the proposed private members' motion moved by Honorable Kangombe at the moment. As I conclude, allow me to assure this august House that as the economy grows during the subsequent years and more resources become available for spending in the social sectors, government will have the fiscal space to grant loans to students who cannot afford to pay university fees in both the public and private institutions. I wish to reiterate that it is the intention of the new Dawn administration not to leave any student behind, because we believe in giving opportunities to everyone regardless of their financial status. Maybe a brief, just to demonstrate to you how the president actually cares about university education. In 2021, what was budgeted for was about 2,000 students. We had to get 2,420 students. When the money was found, which was stolen, 65 million kwacha, the president never even thought about anything else apart from getting this money into the university. For the first time, the University of Zambia, who had 10,000 applicants, had to be accommodated, and we had 5,000, more than 5,000 students. The more we recover the looted money, we will take it to education. So those of you who got money, surrender it. Your children are not going to school. So this is a demonstration that the more we collect, the more we put into school. Because it was demonstrated. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kafisa wind-up debate.
Which one? Madam Speaker, I'm grateful once again for allowing me to present this motion. Madam Speaker, when I was motivated to research about this topic, the motivation came from the fact that year in, year out, Madam Speaker, we have a lot of young people out there who would want to go to the well-known public universities. Those days, you were either going to UNZA or the Copperbelt University. Because of the limited space at these institutions, Madam Speaker, each one of us in our respective constituencies, we receive young men and women knocking on our doors, asking that we help them with our own personal money to be able to go to university. Even when I was leaving the constituency, Madam Speaker, the conversation with the people in the community was that why can't government extend the current loan scheme to those who are able to proceed to other private universities? So the motivation, Madam Speaker, is not a malicious motivation. This motion, Madam Speaker, is simply about the many people out there in all our constituencies. And I know very well, even as we conclude discussion on this matter, that the young people out there would want to hear what is the plan moving forward. A loan scheme, Madam Speaker, is a loan scheme. In simple terms, Madam Speaker, a loan scheme simply means you borrow money and you pay back.
Honorable Member, please don't start the debate from all over.
Madam Speaker,
just
it's 2 minutes, 57
the
seconds
the
there.
content.
On the counter, it's saying 2 minutes, 57 seconds remaining.
I'm not talking about time. I'm talking about the content. Because what you are talking about was supposed to come in your earlier debate, but now it's coming towards the end. Can you please just conclude?
Well, Madam Speaker, I was looking at time. I wish they had reduced the time there. Then I would have guided my debate. Madam Speaker, I'm not reopening the debate. I'm appealing to the conscience of all the members of Parliament that this motion is about the people that we've chose to represent. This motion from Kamfinsa, Madam Speaker, has no political connotations attached to it. This is about the young men and women in Chongwe. This is about the young men and women in Mazabuka Central. This is about the young men and women in Munali constituency. That cannot be covered under the skills development under CDF because it defines the programs under CDF. This is about the future of this country. So, Madam Speaker, passionately I brought this motion to this House because I wanted each member of Parliament to reflect where they are coming from. And I know where each one of us is coming from. There are a lot of young people who would want to see this motion approved by National Assembly. So, Madam Speaker, I'm grateful once again for allowing me
And I want to remind each one of us that with the modernization of Parliament, everyone out there is watching how we are debating. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I put the question. Order. Order, honorable members. I put the question. The question is that in order to increase access to higher education, this House urges the government to extend the loan scheme to students at private universities. As many as are of that opinion say aye. All the contrary say no. The noes have it. The question is in the negative. You can sit, honorable members. A division is called. Ring the bells. We are using the Bosch.
Well, thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. A division has been called, and shortly the House will be seen to be voting on the motion extend loan scheme to students at private university. That in order to increase access to higher education, this House urges the government to extend the loan scheme to students at private universities. And this motion was moved by Kamfinsa Member of Parliament, Mr. Christopher Kangombe, seconded by Chairman of the Member of Parliament, Mr. Yotam Mutachalo. And when the question was put, the division was caused. So shortly we'll be able to see members of Parliament debating, and at the moment the bells are ringing for 4 minutes, and later on the Honorable Madam Speaker will be able to conduct a voting. Pauline, let's look at some of the members that have debated this motion earlier.
Yes, pursuant to this motion attracted a lot of interest from the members of Parliament, and we have had quite a number of them actually debating this motion, beginning with the second Yotam Mutachalo, who's Chairman of Member of Parliament, and also Emmanuel Tembo Fera Member of Parliament, as well as Luena Member of Parliament, Movita Anakoka. We also had other members debate this motion. This was Brian Kambita, Zambezi East Member of Parliament, and Lumezi Member of Parliament, Munia Zulu.
All right, and earlier on the House did consider the only question for oral answer under 74 and Standing Order 74, and this was question 44, which came from Mr. Katakwe Solozi, East Member of Parliament, and this question was directed to the Minister of Health. Wanted to find out whether the flying doctor service is still operational. If so, what challenges hinder its effective delivery of service, what measures the government is taking to make the service effective, and when the measures will be implemented.
And in response, the Minister of Health actually has indicated that the Zambia Flying Doctor Service has been operational since its establishment through an Act of Parliament in 1967.
honorable members, we continue. Close the bar. Clear the lobbies. Lock the doors. It's done? Okay. The House will vote electronically using the Bosch multimedia units. Please log in to the system. Are we all logged in? Okay. When you hear the paging sound, the vote has opened and the voting screen is displayed on my microphone. Select the present key. On top of the right side of the screen, you see the words, please cast your vote. Select one of the options, yes, no, or abstain. Once you have selected one of the options, you will see the words, vote has been cast on the right side of the screen. When you hear the sound, the second paging sound, the vote will close after 1 minute. You have just voted.
Wait for a minute. Wait for a minute.
Okay.
Just announce we're waiting for the minute.
Where are the results?
Almost done.
Okay.
All right. Okay. You have just voted. So.
You have just voted. So I stand. The results, all the honorable members, we hear the results. The ayes 51, the noes 74, abstain 1. So in this case, the noes have it and the question is in a negative. All the honorable members, can we maintain silence so that we progress? The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Thanks. His Excellency the President's address, motion of 13th September, resumption of debate.
Order. Order. Order, honorable members. When the House was adjourned yesterday, Tuesday, 27 September 2022, the House was considering the motion moved by the honorable member for Kabwe Central that the thanks of this assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the President's address. Any further debate? The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity to add my voice in congratulating His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, for the well-delivered visionary speech to this august House. I also wish to...
Order, Honorable Minister. The PF whip, what is happening to your people?
They are walking out.
They are consulting?
They are going to bring the money back.
They are consulting, Madam Speaker. As you know, there could be dogs nearby, and we might be ambushed. They are just consulting. Thank you.
Thank you. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also wish to take this opportunity to thank the mover and the seconder of the motion and all honorable members of Parliament that took time to debate the speech. In particular, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank Honorable Member of Parliament for Chiangi, Honorable Given Katuta, and other members of Parliament that made valuable observations regarding the water sector, and I wish to assure them that all their observations have been taken note of. Madam Speaker, it is gratifying to note the consistency with which His Excellency the President has been emphasizing the need to develop the water sector to ensure the attainment of universal access to clean and safe water and sanitation services. His Excellency is on record having stated the commitment of the New Dawn administration to increase investment in the water sector for the country to achieve national water security. This is because the New Dawn government appreciates the critical role water plays in socio-economic development of our country. As a clear demonstration of government's commitment to the water sector, government has prioritized the completion of water supply and sanitation projects to ensure that many of our people can gain access to clean and safe water supply and sanitation services in various parts of our country. In this regard, Madam Speaker, the government has since completed a number of projects which include, among others, the Kafue Bulk Water Project, which is expected to benefit way over 480,000 people in Lusaka. This project, Madam Speaker, has added 50,000 cubic liters per day of supply. Kaputa Water Supply and Sanitation Project, which is also expected to benefit over 25,000 people in Kaputa district. Madam Speaker, the Mufumbwe Water Supply Project, which is expected to benefit 20,000 and has put a lot of smiles on the faces of the people of Mfumbwe. And the Shikezi Multipurpose Dam in Kalumbira district, which is also expected to benefit well over 50,000 people in terms of access to water for domestic consumption, fishing, and irrigated agriculture activities. Madam Speaker, during his speech, the President also mentioned other ongoing water supply and sanitation projects, such as the Kafulafuta Water Supply Improvement Project, Nkana Water Supply and Sanitation Project Phase 2, Integrated Small Towns Water and Sanitation Project, among others. Madam Speaker, these projects are expected to be soon completed and are expected to benefit way over 1.8 million people countrywide. For the Kafulafuta Water Project, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to report that government has since disbursed over $7 million United States dollars, and the project is recommencing. Madam Speaker, during his speech, Madam Speaker, rather allow me to address
the concerns raised by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Chiangi regarding the water and the sanitation situation in the constituency. Government has been constructing a total of 64 boreholes with support from United Nations Children's Funds, UNICEF. So far, Madam Speaker, 56 boreholes have been drilled and equipped and handed over to the communities, with 14,500 people expected to benefit in terms of access to clean and safe water. With regards to Chitunda Ward, government has planned to construct 10 new boreholes for Chiangi, which will also cater for Chitunda Ward and other wards in Chiangi district. This is anticipated to benefit around 19,700 people in Chiangi district. Government is also rehabilitating 79 boreholes, of which 37, Madam Speaker, have been completed and handed over to the communities. This August House may wish to know that the contractor is on site, and the name of the contractor is China Gansu Engineering Corporation. Madam Speaker, with regards to urban water supply and sanitation situation in Nchelenge and the Chiangi districts, may I take this opportunity to inform this August House that government has been implementing the Nchelenge Chiangi water supply and sanitation project. The contract for this project was signed in 2018. Currently, the progress of works stands at 10%. The delay, Madam Speaker, in the completion of the project was due to non-disbursement of funds towards the project. Madam Speaker, I would like to report that government has made the first disbursement of 20 million kwacha towards the implementation of the Nchelenge Chiangi water supply and sanitation project. The contractor has conducted a survey and marked the routes for pipe laying. Whereas in Nchelenge, Madam Speaker, Nchelenge district, the contractor has installed 2 new water pumps, replacing the old ones. Further, the contractor has replaced a 7.3 kilometer of old pipe network with a new one, and has also established a permanent campsite in Nchelenge. Members of the House would like to note that the contract expired on 6th January 2022. However, government has mobilized resources in the 2022 national budget, and the same contractor will be re-engaged to complete the remaining works. Madam Speaker, for a long time, access to water in the rural parts of our country has remained low compared to urban areas, whereas water supply and sanitation companies provide the services. The new Dawn administration, in the first half of this year alone, has constructed 94 piped water schemes and has drilled and equipped 638 boreholes in the rural areas of Zambia. These water facilities are already benefiting a good number of various communities in our rural areas. Madam Speaker, the new Dawn administration will continue to invest in water-related infrastructure in order to increase the storage capacity and attain national water security. Government will also continue to invest in water supply and sanitation infrastructure in both urban and rural areas in order to accelerate the attainment of the national aspiration as espoused in Vision 2030 on achieving universal access to water and sanitation services. His Excellency is cognizant of the need to support our water supply and sanitation companies in order to improve their operational efficiencies. Therefore, government will continue to provide the necessary support to ensure the water utility companies attain financial viability and self-sustenance and improve service delivery. Madam Speaker, the President has demonstrated his commitment to the development of the water sector, upon which the socio-economic development of our country depends. I therefore want to thank His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, for providing policy guidance and assurances of the commitment of the New Dawn administration to the development of the water sector and many other sectors alike for the benefit of our country, Zambia. Madam Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and honorable members of the House, may I begin by thanking you for according me the privilege to debate the motion of thanks on the President's speech on the official opening, of the second session of the 13th National Assembly. Madam Speaker and honorable members, from the outset, I would like to commend His Excellency the President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, for the effective and efficient manner in which this country has been run and how quickly the economy has turned around in the space of 1 year since the New Dawn government assumed the responsibility of being true servant leaders for and on behalf of the people of our great nation, Zambia. His Excellency, the President, has delivered what he promised the Zambian people, and indeed, with a clear vision and direction that he has demonstrated in his address to this honorable House, there can be no doubt that our motherland is in safe hands and can continue to grow from strength to strength going forward. Madam Speaker, indeed, as the New Dawn government, we as the New Dawn government are relentlessly working towards actualizing the aspirations of our National Vision 2030 to transform our country into a prosperous middle-income nation and catapult our economy onto a higher, inclusive, socio-economic growth trajectory. We are committed to moving forward on this path and to never look back. Madam Speaker, we cannot overemphasize that democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and constitutionalism remain the cornerstone for good governance, which in turn is a significant pillar on which the administration of the affairs of our beloved country, as espoused in the 8th National Development Plan, is anchored. The policy position of government in this regard is set out at pages 36 to 46 of His Excellency's address to this august House. Madam Speaker, to realize our commitment to democracy and ensure that our citizens exercise and enjoy their civil liberties and freedoms, including the right to freedom of assembly and association as provided for by the Constitution of Zambia, the ministry responsible for Home Affairs and Internal Security, in collaboration with the Ministry of Justice, is in the process of repealing and replacing the Public Order Act, Chapter 113 of the laws of Zambia. This process is transparent and comprehensive and involves all the stakeholders for better consensus building in order to establish a durable law that is anchored on broad-based consensus. I'm sure the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs will expand on this aspect. But in the meantime, while the law is under review, we continue to walk the talk, to put skin in the game, as it were, by ensuring that the once commonplace abuse of the Public Order Act by the police and other state actors is a thing of the past. To this end, Madam Speaker, today, even the most questionable political leaders can hold lone demonstrations barefoot at all manner of places, including Kumanda, Madam Speaker, at the graveyard without being harmed. This is a clear testament of our commitment to democracy and the protection of human rights. Madam Speaker, let me hasten to say, however, that it is left to the people of Zambia to reject those that want to abuse the freedom they are now enjoying by engaging in politics of insults, lies, and division. The freedom and democracy we have guaranteed the people of Zambia under the governance pillar in the new Dawn government, as explained in His Excellency's speech, must be jealously guarded, Madam Speaker, by the people of Zambia, who must say no to those few Zambians that have remained in the past and do not appreciate the achievements of President Hichilema and the New Dawn government. That too is their democratic right. That is to say no to those individuals that want to divide us, even in times when we are more united than ever. Madam Speaker, to further realize our commitment to the protection and promotion of the rights of children in our country, the New Dawn government has in the preceding year enacted the Children's Code Act number 12 of 2022, which has not only reformed and consolidated the law relating to children, but has also provided for the grant of legal aid to children and provided for the establishment of procedures for treatment of children in conflict with the law. The enactment of the said act is yet another clear demonstration as to how President Hichilema and the New Dawn government are walking the talk, as the act provides the long-awaited legal framework required to bring an end to practices that are harmful to children, such as early child marriage. This is in accordance with the promise made by His Excellency in his inaugural address made last year. Indeed, we are walking the talk by unlocking the potential of our children, not least the girl child, as we appreciate and understand that the children are our future. Madam Speaker, it doesn't end there. In keeping with our commitment to transparency, the New Dawn government has enacted the Public Debt Management Act number 7 of 2022 to provide for better management of public debt contraction in order to strengthen transparency and accountability. The Act empowers the National Assembly, ourselves, who are the representatives of the Zambian people, to provide oversight in debt contraction by approving loans so that this country should never go back to the debt trap that we once found ourselves in. Madam Speaker, to ensure that our country has harmonized penal provisions, Cabinet only recently gave approval in principle for the repeal and replacement of the Penal Code Act Chapter 88 of the Laws of Zambia and the Criminal Procedure Code Chapter 87 of the Laws of Zambia. And this will culminate in the creation of a harmonized system for criminal prosecution. Madam Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to urge the people of Zambia not to participate in the speculation that the proposed amendments are intended for purposes other than merely harmonizing our laws. We are alive to the fact that there is debate from certain sections of society that would want to mislead the people, and I want to use this platform to say that the aim of the amendments is simply to strengthen the criminal justice benchmarks of our country and make the criminal justice process more responsive to fair and just processes required in a democratic society. Madam Speaker, as I end, allow me to remind the public through this platform that the protection of human rights, the rule of law, and constitutionalism are cornerstones of good governance. And as we, the New Dawn government, are not just talking the talk, but are walking the walk, we promise the Zambian people that we shall remain true servant leaders in accordance with the vote that we were given. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I'm grateful to be given an opportunity to contribute to the speech of His Excellency, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, delivered during the official opening of the second session of the 13th National Assembly on Friday, 9th September 2022. Madam Speaker, indeed, we are in New Dawn. We are in the League of Nations. A number of testimonies, Madam Speaker, can be made to show that we are indeed in the League of Nations. Today, for the first time, Madam Speaker, in the history of this country, we witnessed the launch of the Zambia-China Business Forum. And a number of good things will arise from that particular meeting that was officially opened by His Excellency the President. Madam Speaker, the speech of His Excellency the President to this House was monumental. I've been in this House for more than 21 years. In that period of 21 years of being a member of Parliament, I never heard or listened to a speech that was so inspiring than the speech that was delivered on the 9th of September 2022. Madam Speaker, I noted that even my colleagues on your left, members of the opposition, they were so excited to the extent that in their debates on the floor of this House, they made so many accolades to the presidential speech to show that the speech was presidential, was inspiring, it was uniting, and it was intended to ensure that Zambia progresses in terms of economic development. We are so proud, and I'm happy to note that even our colleagues in their speeches, they are so proud that for the first time in the history of this country, even the opposition were so excited about the issues that were raised by His Excellency. Madam Speaker, the speech by the President of the Republic of Zambia inter alia touched on the progress made to review the Public Order Act, Chapter 113 of the laws of Zambia. The President reaffirmed unwavering desire and commitment by the New Dawn administration to create an enabling environment in which the citizens will enjoy their freedoms and liberties, including the right to freely assemble and associate as provided for under the Bill of Rights in our Constitution. Madam Speaker, what has transpired from the time the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, assumed the office is evident that this country is on the move. When we were in the opposition, Madam Speaker, we used to complain pertaining to the management of the Public Order Act. Currently, it's as if there is no Public Order Act, Madam Speaker. Members of the public are free to associate. During campaigns, they are able to campaign without fear or hindrance. Members of the public are proud of the record of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia. Indeed, as His Excellency aptly put it, the Public Order Act is an archaic piece of legislation with provisions reflecting a colonial legacy, has been the subject of much public debate and court actions. Various stakeholders have called for its outright repeal and replacement due to provisions hindering the enjoyment of civil and political rights such as the freedom of assembly, association, and the assembly. The New Dawn administration, under the insightful leadership of His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema, has taken a bold decision to review the Public Order Act in a participatory and transparent approach. This is a feat which can only be pursued by a leader well bent on creating a government of the people for the people. Government's commitment in relation to the repeal and replacement of the Public Order Act, Madam Speaker, is to enhance good governance, encompassing respect for human rights, the rule of law, transparency, accountability, and effective participation of citizens in national affairs. Madam Speaker, let me inform the general public through this August House that the review of the Public Order Act has reached advanced stage. The draft bill will soon be handed to government for further action. Government remains resolved to fair application of the Public Order Act in order to promote good governance. The New Dawn government will continue to uphold the democratic dispensation in the country and accord every citizen the enjoyment of human rights through the creation of a conducive legal environment. All stakeholders are urged to abide by the provisions of the Public Order Act as it is in order to enjoy full freedoms and liberties. Madam Speaker, with regards to good governance, rule of law, and constitutionalism, the resolve by the United Party for National Development to flush out political cadres from the bus stations and markets is commendable and shall not be changed. Madam Speaker, as Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, I want to make it very clear that the government of His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema shall never allow cadreism in bus stations, markets, and public places. The President has given a directive that we shall not look at political affiliations for those who are going to disregard the guidance that has been made by His Excellency the President. I would like to warn those who are now trying to go back to the bus stations and markets and create anarchy, that the long arm of the law shall visit them. Madam Speaker, I also want to state that although we have made a commitment that we are going to review the defamation of the President provisions, let people adhere to the current provisions of the law and ensure that we do not degenerate. We have noted, Madam Speaker, that there are certain members of the public, and in particular, certain leaders who have the propensity of insulting the president every day. The provision pertaining to the defamation of the president is still in force. Don't blame us when the law enforcement agencies visit you. Our responsibility as government is to ensure that provisions of the law as currently obtaining are enforced and implemented. Madam Speaker, I also want to state that we have never stopped anyone from demonstrating. But demonstrations must be undertaken in a civilized manner and in accordance with the values of Zambians. If you are given the right to demonstrate, it does not augur well, and it's against the spirit of Christianity to go to a graveyard and start appealing to our ancestors to give you blessings. That is unchristian, that is unholy, that should be condemned by every right-thinking Zambian. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me begin by thanking the President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, for his refreshing speech given during the official opening of the second session of the 13th National Assembly on Friday, 9th September 2022. Let me also state, Madam Speaker, that my ministry is in full support of the theme working together towards socio-economic transformation, stimulating economic growth for improved livelihoods. Madam Speaker, this theme could not have come at a better time than now, when, as a new Dawn administration, we are endeavoring to stabilize, repair, and revive our economy through various socio-economic interventions. Madam Speaker, my ministry commends His Excellency the President for securing an approval from International Monetary Fund of the support towards Zambia's homegrown economic program, which puts us on a course to restructuring our debt. This will certainly keep up the much-needed resources to support the implementation of the free education policy as espoused in the 8th National Development Plan, and in this regard, my ministry therefore wishes to commend His Excellency the President for the increased school grants. It is gratifying to note that the new Dawn administration launched the 8th National Development Plan 2022 to 2026, which has prioritized the provision of education under the strategic development area of human and social development. This guarantees the Zambian people of their access to the much-needed quality education service for improved livelihoods. Madam Speaker, my ministry further welcomes the prioritization of research and development as one of the key enablers of the transformation agenda. This will ignite the research potential that has been untapped in our universities and research centers to spur innovations for development and create more jobs. Further, this will promote a STEM education, which my ministry has been implementing in order to develop a cadre of young, innovative minds. Madam Speaker, it is also pleasing to note that the new Dawn administration has set electricity and petroleum products as key enablers to transformation agenda, which has seen an increase in electricity generation. This effort is critical in ensuring equitable provision of alternative modes of education, especially to the rural schools. This will also enable learners based in rural communities to access the various learning platforms available on various media which require the availability of electricity. Madam Speaker, this will be augmented with the digital transformation strategy, which has been developed, as it will enhance the internet connectivity for schools for the purposes of enhanced learning. Madam Speaker, my ministry is further pleased that the new Dawn administration did away with long-standing encumbrances such as tuition and examination fees, and is now providing free education in public schools from early childhood to secondary school, so that more of our children who were unable to attend school can be given an opportunity to do so. This has resulted in an influx of children returning to school. This clearly shows that there were a lot of children who were deprived of education. This has been evidenced by the increase in the numbers of learners from 4.3 million to 6 million after free education was introduced. Madam Speaker, my ministry further wishes to appreciate the new Dawn administration's commitment to ensuring equity in education provision. It is delightful to note the commitment to continued paying of boarding fees and provide education grants for the disadvantaged adolescent girls to encourage the girl child to remain in school, as well as the continuation of the implementation of the Keep Girls in School initiative, which has seen approximately 59,000 girls currently benefiting from the project. In the same line, it is appreciated that government is focusing on improving the school environments to ensure conducive learning environment, especially for the girl child, by creating more separate toilets and water, sanitation and hygiene facilities. To this effect, the new Dawn administration is targeting to provide sanitary towels of over 145,425 adolescent girls in schools. Madam Speaker, my ministry further supports the need to enhance quality learning environment. This will ensure creation of additional learning classroom space across the country by constructing 120 secondary schools across the country. As at now, the preliminary works are underway, that is, siting of locations where the secondary schools will be built. Additionally, This commitment will enable the completion of the construction of all the stored secondary schools from the 115 secondary schools which are at various construction levels. Madam Speaker, my ministry applauds His Excellency the President in directing that no school-going child should sit on the floor by the end of 2023. To this effect, my ministry will continue with the ambitious exercise to leverage on the Constituent Development Fund to locally source desks for schools. This is in addition to the funding that has already been granted in provision of desks under my ministry. As Ministry of Education, we wish to commend the New Dawn government for taking health services close to our people. It is intriguing to note because we believe that this will consequently promote access to health and improve the quality provision of health services and ultimately resulting in the promotion of human resource development. Our philosophy is that education and health are linked. Educational outcomes are related to health status, and health outcomes are related to education. In addition, health and success in school are inextricably intertwined. Good health facilitates children's growth, development, and optimal learning, while education contributes to children's knowledge about being healthy. Madam Speaker, my ministry further commends the New Dawn administration's commitment in the fight against corruption as a core component of the strategy, not only to enhance transparency and accountability in the administration of public resources, but also as a matter of justice in the way we deliver social economic dividends to our people. To this effect, my ministry will continue delivering the curriculum responsive to prevention of corruption in order to have a corruption-free Zambia. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, allow me to assure this august House that as the economy grows during the subsequent years, and as more resources become available for spending in the social sectors, government will have the fiscal space within which to attain SDGs, particularly SDG number 4, and ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. I wish to reiterate that it is the intention of the New Dawn administration not to leave anyone behind and believes in giving opportunities to everyone to be able to access education regardless of their financial status. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute and appreciate the presidential speech. I've been in Parliament for now 16 years. Measuring the leadership scores, UPND seems to be topping the agenda. When I look at the speech by the President, Madam Speaker, allow me, first of all, to look at the speech as a whole, then I'll come to...
Honorable Minister, there is an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order pursuant to our standing order 204, decorum of the House. Madam Speaker, when the Minister of Education was just propounding on that report, Honorable Member of Parliament here for Kanyama and his colleague, Honorable Mapani, they were busy pointing fingers at the minister to say he was a prefect at Choma Secondary School. Honorable Kanyama here was the head boy. Honorable Mapani was a food captain. And he used to starve these two people, hence the representation of his body structure. Madam Speaker, and they are busy laughing here. Are they surely in order to sit here and disturb such a wonderful, a debate by the Honorable Minister? Madam Speaker, I seek your ruling.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Fortunately, we didn't hear what was being discussed at that corner, so it didn't disturb the debate by the Honorable Minister. We can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, once more. The speech for the His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema, touched on socio-economic interventions, improved the welfare of the Zambian people, fiscal discipline, transparency, accountability, protecting public finance, transforming the country into industrialized nation, unlocking various economic opportunities, and wanting to work together for social economic transformation. This way has to stimulate economic growth for improved livelihood, and also poor resource allocation, which was witnessed in the past, reckless borrowing, debt defaults, and failing to manage the economy. He wants homegrown reform program and job creation. That is what I'll talk about before coming to lands. Madam Speaker, the President is spot on. He's not a man of rhetorics, but action. He has started with teacher recruitment, which is not a mean achievement, but great achievement for the Zambians. We have heard other people saying, can we eat teaching? But through a teacher, that's where wealth is created. All of us are here because of education. You neglect your education, you are doomed. We educate so many people, you have an export product. Doctors, engineers, they'll be up there. They'll be bringing in wealth. It was sad to have one teacher in a school to teach grade 1 to grade 7, and the people were boasting that we were doing great. That's why I said I've been here for 16 years. What I saw in the past 10 years was shocking. And the PF, they were too quick to dance than look at the people they were entertaining. When you go around the whole country, they left everyone behind, including PF Stronghold. This is the cancer President HH or Hakainde Hichilema wants to brush aside. He has started, he's in an action mode. First has recruited 11,000, then since 30,000.
Order, Honorable Minister, there is a point of order by the Honorable Member for Katombola. The Honorable Member for Katombola, what is your point of order?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing the people of Katombola to raise on a very serious point of order. The point of order, Madam Speaker, and I apologize to the Honorable Minister and senior member of this House for interrupting his thought process. My point of order is premised on the provisions of Standing Order number 27, which deals with the working hours of this House, as read with Standing Order number 202, Madam Speaker, privileges of members. I raise on a very serious point of order on what our colleagues have done, the colleagues on the left, the PF members, and some independent members, who have walked out, Madam Speaker, and I need a very serious ruling whether they are entitled for today's allowance for sitting. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And a ruling whether they are not stealing from this government. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. That point of order is very important because when we are chosen or elected by our people, we are called members of parliament. And this is parliament, where all honorable members are supposed to gather and represent their people. At the same time, you honorable members, you are allowed to move out of the house, maybe to caucus. But as at now, I don't know whether the PF members are still coming, because the PF whip had indicated to say they are caucusing outside. So we are going to look into that so that we verify whether truly the PF members, some of the PF members have gone completely when they are supposed to be in this house. Honorable members, we are running behind time, because I had indicated in the beginning to say that we have to wind up this debate. We cannot carry it forward to tomorrow. It just has to be now that we finish it up. So for that reason, I'm going to allow the last honorable member, that is the honorable member for Chiengi, to indicate her point of order. Then thereafter, I'm not going to allow any point of order so that we allow the last ministers to respond. And then we close this session so that we move on. There's a budget coming on Friday, which again we have to start all over for the debates. So the honorable member for Chiengi, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand on the point of order. On the standing order number 65, the information that is given on the floor of the House should be the information which can be verified. The minister on the floor of the House, the Minister of Lands, he is talking about the other political party, or is it the immediate past government of just doing the dancing in what and what. Now, Madam Speaker, he is a minister, and whatever the minister says in response to, or in the thanks motion, supposed to be the government's policy. Is the minister in order to tell the nation that what he's saying is part of the policy of UPND government? I need your serious ruling, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. I think on that one, I'll just guide the minister to be in line with the presidential speech so that we move on. People are listening, so can we please hear the Honorable Minister of Lands support the presidential speech of his president? You can continue, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm picking up certain clauses in the presidential speech. I'm actually drawn to where he talked about fiscal discipline, transparency, accountability, protecting public finance. I'm saying this country, for the past 10 years, it was a waste of government resources, poor management, leaving many people behind. When you go around the whole country, there is nothing tangible. Infrastructure, deplorable. Those which they wanted to appease during campaigns were incomplete. I'm saying President Hakainde is saying he has to put his management upright. And he has begun already by filling in those gaps, by providing proper leadership. His leadership, first of all, is to unite the people of Zambia. And when he's distributing the wealth of this country, it's going to every corner of the country. In the past, we saw resources limited to certain quarters of the country. Today, we are seeing fresh air that is blowing from west to east, north to south. Everyone feels I'm now Zambian land. Great, you feel, yes, I'm a Zambian. We lost it for the past 10 years. President Hakainde looked at it that it was a failing management. And indeed, we had gone too far in cherishing ourselves instead of growing our economy and reforming it, creating jobs, which he is now begun to start creating himself. I'm a very proud person to be under the President Hakainde Hichilema. His speech is like a hymn in the Bible in church. Very interesting to listen. And he is walking his talk. 1 year only, he has shown that he's a true leader of the country. How about given 4 years? How about given 10 years? More is going to come. Look at how we are being now cherished by the neighbors everywhere we go. Zambia has now got the light. Everyone wants to come and learn. CDF used to be 1.6, which came in a distortion only 3 times in 10 years. But for him, first year, it increases to 25.7. The money that has gone everywhere without even begging. That's the way you're supposed to manage the people of Zambia. Job creation, Zambians. It should not be white collar. Even indirectly, as you operate in your companies in a fresh, conducive atmosphere, you recruit people. That's the job creation. The youth of today, they should not just look to be recruited in the offices. You can even make more money when you are empowered. The skill schools, through technology and the science, in these schools, they will be independent, like the way the Zimbabwean government, which starts the curriculum targeting skills from the primary school. We are making progress, and indeed, he is a serious man. And one person was saying, President Hakainde wants to run the country as a business. And indeed, if you don't run it as a business, you want to run it as a what? A social welfare. Where will you be getting the revenue? It's business that creates employment, that creates jobs. Zambians will never repeat whatever was seen those years. Today you can go in Soweto. You can go anywhere. No cadreism. We don't even know where those cadres have gone to. Brandishing pistols everywhere. Restricting people from campaigns. A few days ago, I was in Kitwe when there were elections, campaigns. You couldn't even feel it. But during days of our friends, oh my Lord, they were so serious, they were so tension. What for? In your own country. This is what the governors in this speech he talked about. President Hakainde wants to cherish governance that is all inclusive, that brings people all on board.
Order, Honorable Minister. We're sorry we had ruled that we are not going to take any more points of order for the sake of progress.
Thank you. So, with a few minutes remaining, let me come to my ministry. They are serious. There are serious concerns in my ministry. Beginning with the Forest 27. Indeed, my ministry is working hard together with the green economy to address issues surrounding Forest 27. Women will also be given opportunity to own land. There will be land reforms, and we are worried about the corruption that has engulfed our ministry, that we are working day and night. And also these double locations will be things of the past. Madam, if you give me an opportunity to speak, I thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. Please, to avoid points of order, let's be focused to the presidential speech.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to place on record my thanks to the well-delivered speech by His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, during the occasion of the official opening of the second session of the 13th National Assembly on Friday, 9th September 2022. The theme of the President's speech, working together towards socio-economic transformation, stimulating economic growth for improved livelihoods, is a clear and a timely call for all Zambians to come together and start building on the foundation laid by the new Dawn government in its first year in charge of the affairs of our republic. Madam Speaker, the President clearly elaborated the new Dawn's government's determination and the resolve to improve the welfare and well-being of the Zambian people, and the President put forth the many achievements scored in 1 year of being in office. Madam Speaker, the President was emphatic in stating that the new Dawn government, unlike some past governments, has prioritized fiscal discipline through enhanced transparency and accountability to protect public resources. As a country, we are grappling with a huge debt because of fiscal indiscipline and a failure to account for public resources by the previous government. Madam Speaker, as the President rightly put it in one sentence, those who were responsible for the affairs of the nation failed to manage the economy on behalf of the Zambian people. That is why the Zambian people gave them a red card. Madam Speaker, the transparency and accountability demonstrated by the new Dawn government has already won this government and the country the confidence of our creditors and the many investors, both local and foreign. Within 1 year, major economic indicators such as inflation, exchange rate, economic growth, foreign reserves, among others, are already registering positive outlooks in line with our plan to stabilize the economy. Madam Speaker, the President was categorical in restating New Dawn government's commitment to economic transformation of our country through industrialization with the full participation of our citizens, particularly the private sector. The President clearly stated that the New Dawn government is unlocking economic opportunities for our citizens in the private sector to drive the economic transformation agenda and to create jobs for improved livelihood of our people. The New Dawn government, Madam Speaker, under His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, is moving in a methodical manner in addressing the challenges faced by our people, created by the lack of prudent economic management of the recent past. So they were certainly not methodical in the way they were doing things. Madam Speaker, the President adequately addressed the measures being taken by the New Dawn government and the results so far achieved in turning around the misfortunes of our people resulting from the poor leadership of the recent past. Our people must remain hopeful, knowing that servant leadership is here and is focused on delivering on all campaign promises and even more than the campaign promises we made. Madam Speaker, the President shared with the House government's plans to enhance trade with our neighbors and beyond through infrastructure development. As government, we want to lay a strong infrastructure base that supports an export-oriented industrialization and economic transformation agenda. The President informed the House
that government was moving with speed to improve and modernize border infrastructure and transform them into one-stop border posts. The President informed the House on progress on improving connectivity with the Democratic Republic of Congo through Kasumbalesa, Mokambo, Sakania, Kambimba, Kipushi, and Chalwe, through public-private partnerships and the Treasury. Madam Speaker, the government believes in equity and taking development to all parts of this country, to urban and rural areas alike. It is the reason why the President chose this particular theme for his speech, to inspire all of us to work together in unity and develop all parts of the country. Madam Speaker, the President believes that no one should be left behind in our development agenda. Development is not just for those in urban areas, but for our brothers and sisters in rural areas as well. The President therefore spot on when he provided some progress that we are recording in uplifting the lives of our people in rural areas through improved connectivity. Indeed, as reported by the President, connectivity is improving in rural areas, and over 1,000 kilometers of rural roads have been rehabilitated and improved. In addition, improved connectivity in rural areas will spur increased agricultural production from easy access to inputs and markets. Madam Speaker, before I conclude, it's necessary to advise ourselves as a nation that certain basic and fundamental principles on which we should not differ, regardless of the political leaning or the political parties that we belong to. Matters of decency, matters that unite us all. But all too often, Madam Speaker, we have seen now political opposition bent on doing nothing but opposing, even when things are going well. It is said, Madam Speaker, that if you look at our predecessors, in spite of the fact that they were not able to keep 99% of their promises, and from 2012, we are following them on their promises.
Order, Honorable Minister. The whip, is it a compelling, very important point of order that we can...
Very compelling,
He
Madam
is enjoying
Speaker.
the speech.
Very compelling, Madam Speaker.
Mm-hmm. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've been sitting here with my colleagues trying to pay attention to the policy statement from the Honorable Minister. Of course, we are concerned that the quorum of the ministers is not even adding up 7 out of the whole cabinet. Is it in order, Madam Speaker, this president with a small p, part of the alliance, in order to accuse us here that we do nothing, when he knows that we are people's representatives here, sent to provide checks and balances on his government? And if he expects that we should be singing for them, it's not our job, Madam Speaker. They've been here for more than 20 years. We never accuse them of that, what he's trying to say. Is in order to Madam Speaker, he has put aside his policy statement and he has opted to start opting to attack us here, where we are legitimately representing our people and providing checks and balances. Is in order to continue on that trajectory, Madam Speaker, trying to consolidate his alliance with the president with a capital P.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, I don't think we can be able to measure the performance of each one of us, So as you wind up, please stick to the presidential speech without attracting unnecessary points of order. You can wind up, Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, many are seeking for relevance. And they will say many things. It is beyond us to react to them. Some even go to graveyards to demonstrate on issues where there is no need to demonstrate. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister, I don't think the issue of graveyard was in the presidential speech. Can we please be focused to the presidential speech? Can we become relevant to the speech that was delivered by the president? You can move on, Honorable Minister.
If we follow clearly